better than we expected, and next year's the beginning of everything, don't you think? Cougars! No, we need more enthusiasm than that. Cougars! Now you're talking.
I got to go and visit the mall here, Pine Center Mall. Got a nice little gift card from the tourism board. Thanks, tourism board.
I saw Prince George, but we ate at this really great place called the Twisted Cork. Yeah. It was super good. It was really good.
We are in Prince George at the Northern FanCon. Put your hands together so the folks at home know you're real. You're real, all right. Real far from fucking everything, man. Holy shit, I had no idea I was going this far north this morning when I got up. I was like, Prince George, is that a Vancouver suburb? And it was not. Like, I flew over fucking mountains to get here. I was like, what happens if we go down? They're like, it wouldn't be good. But it's beautiful. Like, it's crazy. They make you travel to get here. This is in northern British Columbia. I've been to British Columbia many times, but the southern part, where all the fucking hicks live, down south. But apparently, I've never been here. This is gorgeous.
I've never been this far north of anywhere ever.
Really?
Yeah. Everybody today.
Hey, this better be an HD, man. I mean, I work hard. I gotta work hard.
Full HD. It doesn't get much more HD than this. Yeah.
If you bring your garage door and you bring it down On the count of 3, I want the loudest FanCon scream you can do. 1, 2, 3! Alright, let 'em in!
Having grown up reading comics and watching movies and all that kind of stuff, that almost makes me feel like the fantastic is possible. Northern FanCon was started in 2015, and it was born of my desire to bring something grand scale to this city. I'm the event manager for the Prince George Citizen, which is a newspaper that is over 100 years old. I started doing events 3 years ago after I had a lot of success with an arts and entertainment magazine that I created called the Scene PG magazine. I went to Calgary Expo and I was like, man, it would be so awesome if we could actually do something like this in Prince George. We started doing sort of micro events, and we started with Kim Coates, who's from Sons of Anarchy. And then after that, we'd established enough of a relationship with one of the agencies, and that was William Shatner's agency. Once we confirmed William Shatner and we announced him, it blew up. Hey, what time are you gonna be on site? Putting it all together that first time, the event was much harder than I would have anticipated. It was 60 booths, 2 arenas, 12 guests, and I thought that was a huge accomplishment. We then tripled in size. Now we're in 4 arenas, we're over 180 exhibitors, and we have 20 guests this year. Once you open the doors, it's got a life of its own. The energy is so unbelievable, and everybody's so excited and so happy, and that's where they want to be. And it's like you're creating moments for these people. And that's kind of what keeps me going on it. The Awakenings booth, I'll show you where it is. When I'm on the floor, I like to make my rounds, and I like to actually check in with each of the artists, each of the exhibitors, each of the guests, so that they know like we're all partners in this great experience, right? So that's really important to me. This is cool. You got like such a great booth. This kind of event is just so awesome because it is that range of like the young to the old. Yeah, I think it speaks to like sort of the universal appeal to all this stuff. Right? It's not just an escape. It's something that you can actually get into and you can feel, and it's something more. Prince George is my hometown. This is where my heart is. Prince George is known for paper and pulp mills, but it's so much more than that. I think that the things that we're doing, it's going to change that perception. We're bringing all these great, amazing things to town, and we're going to get recognized for a few of those things as well. Hello? It's very, very kind of community-centric. It's super friendly and welcoming. I have a few places around town that are just my very favorites. One of them is Nancio's, which is like an old Irish pub, and I absolutely adore the fact that you go in and you're greeted by people, and it's very warm and it's very welcoming, and the atmosphere is just unbelievable. Hey buddy. How's it going? Good, how are you doing? I think we should have a lot of pride in where we live. We all build a community together. And if everybody's invested in it, then we have an amazing community like Prince George. I love it here. I think everything is so great. All the people are amazing. You know, it's beautiful here. And I want everybody who's out there to come and experience it and take a piece of it with them. I wasn't going to be told that we're not big enough or we're not cool enough. We are big enough and we are cool enough. And we are going to keep doing these things, and they're going to be amazing. Hey! It's Norm TV! Live on Northern FanCon. Just
Can you
kidding.
imagine?
So it's bittersweet right now because we're closing out, we're rounding out our final day of FanCon from home. Free streams all weekend. Also a fundraiser for the United Way of Northern BC. So please don't forget, these are all free. But if you do have a little bit of extra skrill and you feel like doing your part, helping out, please donate to the United Way of Northern BC. We have the link on our on the FanCon website. I think we do have the link on the stream, or do we?
Not on the stream itself, but it is on fancon.ca, and we've been dropping it into the chat as well, or directly, obviously, to United Way.
Perfect. And obviously very, very grateful for our sponsors from Barkerville. I don't know, I can never figure out how to hold these. There we go. Barkerville Brewing. So they are going to be the product sponsor for this particular stream, which has ties to Barkerville, because our next guest actually has been to Barkerville. Dun dun dun.
Speaking of Barkerville, we've actually got James is jumping in
I'm
right
toasting
now.
to Barkerville right now. Here's to Barkerville! To Barkerville! Ah, that's Barkerville fresh, baby.
There we go. I'm going to jump out and I'm going to let you guys take over.
All right.
Hey, man. I love it.
How you doing?
I love it. You're on top of the virtual backgrounds. Like, it's impressive every time. And here I am with just like my room. Hey, Denise!
How are you? Oh, she's on mute. Can you unmute her?
Oh. Paul, can you unmute her?
Okay, good.
Ah.
Hey, you know, I'm a little challenged in more ways than you want to know, but we're doing it. We're doing it.
Right on. Thank you so much for joining us today. It means the absolute world. Obviously, we can't have a convention in person right now. And this whole weekend, we've been so lucky to have guests like yourselves join us virtually to kind of keep the community connected. So, I mean, I can't tell you how much this means to us.
Oh, honey, it's you know, you're one of my faves. Hey, doctor's case. So I am. James, look at you. Are you on the bridge of the Enterprise?
I am.
You know,
and I'm wearing a settled Borg t-shirt.
oh my God. You nerd. You're such a nerd.
Yeah.
You guys look great. I miss you so much.
Yeah, we miss you too. How are things? Are you holding up okay down there?
Yeah, you know, California is been one of the first, you know, places that the governor issued stay-at-home rules, and so it's slowly, you know, in a couple of phases, testing things out a little bit. You know, but we're making it work. You know, Augie made it for 1 week to spring training before baseball completely was shut down. So, you know, that's been kind of sitting on pins and needles to see what this is going to look like, if they're going to even have a baseball season this year. So, you know, it's been a blessing having him around. But you know, he should be playing baseball right now, and so, you know, but we're all healthy, and that's the most important thing. And you know, I sort of feel like I dodged a bullet. I got back from the Star Trek cruise on, you know, like the last thing you want to be doing during, you know, this coronavirus outbreak, and but they went forward with it, and we nobody, you know, fortunately, knock wood, got sick or anything. And but we got off the ship like March 8th, and then a week later they shut everything down. So
wild.
You know, fortunately nobody got sick, and believe me, we were not social distancing at that point. And but the fans were very, you know, a lot of fists, a lot of elbow hit bumps, and you know, we just my hands are like lobster claws now from washing so much. But we're really lucky we got through that. And you guys, how's Canada? Canada's not been too bad, right?
British Columbia in particular has been like not. I mean, like obviously it's terrible in the respect of people are affected,
Right.
but not nearly as affected as elsewhere in the world. And I mean, you've been to Barkerville, so I mean, you can imagine that James is fairly isolated, anyways.
Yeah.
So, but that's something that plays in our favor is that we're very spread out,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
but the lockdown experience has been different for
Oh yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
And that's actually like we'll get to it in a little bit in this conversation, but we've been kind of focusing on like what are the what have been the positives from the lockdown and whatnot. But
Right.
yeah, so but it's great to see you, man. Like this is
If I could,
yeah, go ahead, James.
I just this is kind of dorky again, but I am a nerd. I just going back to the cruise experience, because you've talked to us about the cruises in the past, but for those people who are watching, I'm really curious because we have so much convention experience, and obviously a cruise like situation is similar to that, except you can't actually physically go anywhere outside of the convention space. What is that like, and how does that change the interaction that you might have with fans?
You know, the cruise ship, the company that puts these together, they really are good in addressing our needs and giving us space, accommodating us in a way that we can we can have some distance, we can have some separation from the fans. We have our own little private dining area, and because you couldn't possibly for 7 nights 8 days just be non-stop. The fans are also very respectful of not overstaying their welcome, so to speak, and giving us some personal space. And you know I've done, I think, about 5 of them now, with this particular, once it became an official Star Trek cruise. And it's been great. I mean, you really interact in a different way, in a much more casual, looser way. People are there to enjoy themselves, the actors as well. And it's just fun for all of us from all the different shows. We didn't get to act together on the series, but we get together and it's like, kids, let's put on a show, and we all jump into each other's sketches or readings or cooking examples or whatever they want to put us in, game shows. So it's really sort of fun that way for us to all interact. We're like big dorky kids, when we get on these cruise ships anyway. So.
Right on. Right on. So I guess what the way we're going to do this today, Denise, is we'll, just like any panel, we'll ask you a few questions about like your past work and kind of what you're up to or were up to before COVID.
Right.
And then we've been getting a lot of questions that come through on the chat. And so in replacement of actually like the Q&A that would happen during a regular panel, we just take questions from the chat. And then that's pretty well it, man.
Sounds good. Let's rock this.
Cool.
No
So
coffee? Oh, we're good.
all right. So James, do you want to kind of take us back to sort of the beginning of Denise's career, and we'll go from there?
Oh God! Oh God! Wait, wait. Back in the day, it was before the talkies. Good God!
Well, as usual, I can really only do it from my own perspective. But again, Denise, as you know, because we know each other, you've been a part of my pop culture life for all of it. I mean, I think probably the first time I saw you and understood who you were was Star Trek. I was Next Generation fan right from the very beginning, and was incredibly sad, like strangely emotional, when you died on the show. Oops, spoiler alert.
Spoilers.
But when you came back as Sela, that was just, I felt that was really cool. Like when you came back as Sela into Star Trek, to see the sort of character development that was given to Tasha Yar posthumously was really incredible, and it could only have worked if you were in that role. So it was such an interesting thing to have happen to the Star Trek universe, because I don't think anything like that had really ever happened before. Pet Cemetery, of course, was one of my favorite movies when I was a teenager. So I was the assistant manager at a movie theater in high school, and we played Pet Cemetery, so I watched it a lot.
Too much.
Maybe a little too much. I think it's great. I mean, I know that the history hasn't potentially been too kind always with fandoms. However, I think one of the best things for your version of Pet Sematary to happen in the last couple of years was the new version of Pet Sematary, which is terrible. But you know, a couple of things I'd love to touch on really quickly, if I can, is I recently, like within the last couple of years, finally got around to watching Ray Donovan. And for those of you who know the show, or maybe don't know the show, Ray Donovan is an HBO show that Showtime. Sorry, yes, sorry. We get it all on Crave here in Canada.
I can imagine.
But it's to be honest, for me, Ray Donovan is equal in quality to The Sopranos. It's got a sort of a West Coast Sopranos feel for me. And the role that you play, which I hope maybe you could talk a little bit about, has a close connection to Elliot Gould's character. Really, to me, as a writer, it could have been a throwaway role, really, for somebody, and yet by bringing you in, it really popped like nobody's business. Can you talk a little bit about your experience on Ray Donovan?
I'm so glad you brought Ray Donovan up, and you are right on the money in the sense that, so Ray Donovan was the second series that I was able to do with a creator named Ann Bitterman. She created another show called Southland, which was a tremendous show as well. And it was on CBS, and unfortunately, in the middle of the third season was canceled. But it was, just a gritty. Regina King played this LA cop, and Michael Cudlitz was in it. Sean Hatosi. God, some really, really fine actors. And we were just getting into this, really rich territory with that, and the show was canceled. So when Anne started to do write Ray Donovan and get that up and going, I read the script and I saw the potential for this part. It wasn't really much on the page. There was no sense of continuing with the role. You knew Elliot Gould was played this wonderful mentor to Ray Donovan, a father-like figure, and not a very good guy. But I was his long-suffering mistress, and stuck by him. But I knew that if I could get there, I could make something happen with this role. And it's not the first time that that's happened. I remember in the film Deep Impact, there wasn't much on the page as well, but I knew if I got in there and Mimi Leader the director would be willing to work with me, and we could really shape something, and it became much more involved in the final film. And that's sort of what happened with Deb in the show Ray Donovan. Same.
Oh, yeah. Well, and if any of you out there have not seen it, I highly recommend it. It's
a terrific show.
Thing. Yeah.
It's pretty jaw dropping at times,
Absolutely. And then the new one, of course, for or a newer one for you and for me, is Suits.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had been a huge fan of Suits from the early days of the show, but then kind of lost it a little bit just because I was off doing other things, the doctor's case. and kind of had put it aside for a while. And then when I found out that you were coming in to the ninth season,
Yeah.
yeah, it suddenly invigorated the whole thing. So I started watching it right from the beginning again, so that I could catch up with you. What was that like? What was it like to be sort of suddenly parachuted into a series in its last days and take on such an important role in it?
You know, it is, there are some, trepidations about that. You have no idea what you're walking into. You're walking into, a family of uh, a well-oiled machine that has been up and running and has really weathered some stuff. I mean, with Meghan Markle, and the spotlight being on that group of people for so long, and they bonded together. Plus, I was playing such a like a destroyer of their firm, just this powerhouse of a woman. I think her role, she was actually called a special master, and so, and I just gave it to them on a platter. And so I must say that everyone was so welcoming and so supportive and genuinely embraced me, right away from the start. So it just made it tremendous. And there were no rough personalities, or that could have really made it difficult. They were just as kind and generous as could be. I fell in love with Toronto. It was fantastic. I loved my time up there, and the people I met, and the crew, and everybody. It was just, when I came back, I said to my husband Ken, I said, there's always like something. There could be something off, that like maybe the wardrobe's not that great, or the food sucked, or the hotel was bad, or there was a jerk actor, and so there wasn't one negative to that experience making Suits.
That's fantastic.
Mm.
I'll just throw one last little geek thing in, and that is, and we've talked about this before, but we were talking to Alicia Witt the other day, and I had mentioned to her that her role, the one shot that she did on The Walking Dead, was particularly memorable. And of course, immediately I couldn't help but think about your two-parter on The Walking Dead, because quite honestly is probably one of the most recognized guest spots on the show for
Wow.
what you were able to do, at least from the people that I know.
Mm.
It was such an intense situation that your character was in. And I just wondered if you could touch a little bit on that and what that was like for you and your process, because it seemed to be so guttural in a way that I hadn't seen you on screen before.
Yeah, what talk about dropped into an environment, I, in all honesty, had never really seen the show when before I did it. So I didn't know quite. I mean, I obviously, wasn't living under a rock, and I knew about it, and as the rest of the world did. But I didn't know what this whole thing was, and really was given so little information until I got to the set, because they're very guarded, and they're very protective. They've had a lot of strange leaks, and people trying to get spoilers and all kinds of stuff. And when you're in Atlanta, Georgia, where they film, you'll see people out on the street trying to get a glimpse of who's being driven to the set, because then they form these almost like conspiracy theories, like, well, if Norman is going with this one, then that means the two of them are something's gonna happen. It's crazy. So much so that when I was driven to the set one time to shoot the whole fight sequence with Carol, they made me get under a blanket on the floor of the van, so no one could see us being driven to the set. It was, I go, come on, guys, really? Oh no, oh no, trust me, trust me. So it was like I felt like I was in some spy caper, filming this thing. But the role was, it was so maternal. Speaking of, it's appropriate to talk about on Mother's Day, I guess. Here was this woman who her family and her boys meant everything to her, and she would never sacrifice anything that would put them in harm's way. So I could connect easily to the depth of which her love went, and her care. And they had gone through so much to survive that, and they weren't ever going to let anything happen to them again like that. So it was, man, there's nothing easy on that show, no, nothing lighthearted.
Awesome. We're already starting to get questions.
Yay.
And I feel like if we don't start answering the questions, then we are going to run out of time, right? So
we'll have a riot.
Right. Okay. So firing it up is Zoltan Gal, who is actually one of our vendors from FanCon.
Oh, great.
Jess Willard and Monica Willard. And their question is, any funny behind the scenes stories from the run on Star Trek Next Generation?
Oh gosh. Well, yeah, there's some good ones from that one. I think maybe my favorite is the time when Will Wheaton and I snuck onto the set of Coming to America. We were filming at Paramount, the Next Generation. That's where we filmed, and Eddie Murphy's movie Coming to America was being shot on the soundstage directly across from where the bridge, the set of the bridge was. So all day long we were seeing all these elaborately costumed extras and dancers in all of this African tribal wear, just gorgeous people walking all day. And so Will and I had a little break in filming. So I said, Will, come on, let's go check out what they're doing across the street. And he said, okay. So he and I, in our Next Generation spacesuits, slipped in the side door of this giant dance sequence that's being filmed for Coming to America. And John Landis, the director, is directing from a teleprompter way up in front of the soundstage. So they're running this dance sequence a couple of times. They've got playback music going and action, and all these tribal dancers are doing this whole choreographed number, and cut, they get that, and they're going to go again. So I pull Will in the middle of all of the African dancers, and we've got our little spacesuits on. And John Landis goes, action. And Will and I are going, and all of a sudden they notice and go, cut, what's going on? And I grab Will's hand and we run so fast out the soundstage door, back onto the set of the bridge, huffing and puffing, like, and people, the crew are looking at us like going, are you guys okay? Oh yeah. And we're like all day looking around us like John Landis is going to come and get us, but nothing happened. So that was, and I just had it out for John Landis at that time because, if you guys remember, he had directed a film called Twilight Zone.
Oh yeah, of course.
One of the sequence, there were a couple different vignettes. He directed one of them, in which 3 people were killed in a helicopter crash. And, he kind of took no blame for it. And I just thought, let's go mess with him. So that was my little getting back at John Landis. Hi, John. I'll be working for you, I'm sure, in the future.
That's fantastic.
Right on.
And some editor somewhere has that on their computer, just that.
I hope so. That's a classic. It hasn't surfaced anywhere, so if you see it, let me know.
That's funny. It's interesting because, especially with Star Trek Next Generation, it seems like there's a camaraderie that has actually extended far beyond the show. Like, I mean, we see in the convention world, we see you guys all, like with each other, and it's almost like time is not passed.
Yeah,
And it's like
so.
that's it. Is it like that? Like, I mean, obviously you take friends from each production, maybe, but like that seems a little bit more familial.
Yeah, that's really unique in its way. And you don't often see each other again once the project has wrapped. Um, I mean, it's not that you don't want to, but your lives just pick up where they left off, and you continue on, and new things come about. But I think because and especially the apart from me, who left early, I mean, those guys were really in the trenches for all those years, and then the movies, and then of course being part of this the convention world, which has really become a kind of cohesiveness that keeps us connected, unlike, let's say the cast of Ray Donovan. Although, oddly enough, Elliot Gould, who plays my husband on there, he is a very good friend of my family's, and actually he and my husband speak almost every day. So but they picked up their friendship once I got onto the show. I reconnected them. So that's been kind of wonderful that way.
Super cool. And
Hmm.
that's we're talking a lot this weekend about the spirit of connection, right? Of how the conventions are, very empowering for people, and it's like it's a safe, inclusive space, and we like that's the whole reason we're doing this weekend. I mean, obviously we're raising money for United Way of Northern BC, plug, but also because we want to keep people connected, right? And it's like this is conventions have sort of an energy like nothing else, where it's very, very much like that. So
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is pretty unique and special, and has grown. I mean, I've seen it just, take off over the years since I've, been doing them.
for sure, for sure. So and I kind of thought that this would probably happen. We're starting to get doctor's case questions.
Oh,
Right?
that's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because this is such a huge film for our region. Um,
absolutely.
and so this is actually sort of meta. This is like super meta now, right? So here we are with the director of the doctor's case and the star of the doctor's case, Denise Crosby. So Carolyn asks, this might be actually like a double-edged question for us. Just kidding.
Uh-oh. Instant takeover.
Yeah. Carolyn asks, what was it like being a part of the doctor's case filming?
Oh my God. Well, for me, it was absolutely fantastic. And I love you guys, and working with James, just to be part of your initial project, and something that meant so much to you from the heart, and you had worked so tirelessly to make happen, was tremendous, and we forged a friendship, and hopefully it's the beginning, of many, many things we can do together. And so um, it was just stunning to watch how you put it together, and the locations, and you guys it was just a fabulous thing to do. It's a little gem.
Well, we really appreciate that. And especially knowing, you were there during some of the roughest patches that we had. Our inexperience definitely showed a few times right from the beginning. But you were able to just so calmly help us through those things. And, we honestly couldn't have done it without you. And having you still be able to be such a champion of the film for us has meant the world to us.
Vice versa. All good.
Okay. So we've got another one, a doctor's case question. And it is, have people mentioned the doctor's case to you on the road? So I guess that would mean, have people talked to you about it in other contexts?
I don't, a little bit, I think mostly when I've been in Canada, it's, obviously more known there. Um, but yeah, I get quite a bit of like stuff on Twitter or something, about it and talking about it and that through social media. Yeah.
Yeah, and it would be difficult, because of the non-commercial nature of the doctor's case. It doesn't have any kind of release at all, other than through film festivals. So it would definitely need to be somebody who had seen it
Right.
that way, and the chances of them running into is probably pretty small. But hopefully, again, we're still continuing to work on figuring out the best way to get as many people as possible to see the film.
Right.
So maybe that'll change in the years to come.
Yeah, I will.
Awesome. I have a question actually. Just you mentioned Twitter, and it made me think of. I saw you were doing something special with Cameo just recently, and I think it's awesome. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So I was watching the news, and I was so emotionally struck by the difficulties that so many are facing, whether it's the government loans not getting through to them, the unemployment they're not receiving, the stimulus payments. I don't know anybody has seen them, and people are really, really struggling. And I just jumped up from my chair. I said to my husband, I said, you know what? I'm going to not charge anything for any cameos right now. And I didn't quite know what that was going to look like, and I had to sort of reconfigure it quickly. And I did a 24-hour coronavirus fire sale of my Cameo. So for 24 hours, whoever contacted me, I did a Cameo for free. It didn't matter, how, who, what, where. And it took me 3 days, and I did them all. And, because you have a time limit. So, I sat there and just hammered them out. I think the most I did in one sitting was 47.
Wow.
And I just it was really just to put a smile on someone's face, get them through, just say something that could make sense to them in that moment, and that they didn't have to pay for it and worry about that. I sent a number of messages to people who were separated through all of this, couldn't get back to each other. Some were really having, struggling through the depression of all this, and a lot of Mother's Day greetings. So it was sort of fitting and timely for that. So it was, I wish I could. I mean, I'd like to do it again down the line. You need some stamina to do it, because I didn't realize it was going to be that overwhelming. But I was very happy to do it, and excited that I could do them all. Not a single one was missed.
That's awesome. I think it's great, man. Like I saw that and I was just like, that's why we love her so much.
Oh,
It's like
well,
it's really, really special.
it's really, thank you, but it one little thing I could do.
So I have a question here on my end from one of our viewers. It's Rachel, and she wants to know, who is someone you have always wanted to work with but haven't had an opportunity to yet?
Wow. Jeez, there's some really good people out there. Boy, I would love to work with someone like Daniel Day-Lewis, or although I don't know if he's going to be making any more movies anymore. He says, God, I love Kate Blanchett, Tilda Swinton, Meryl Streep. I'm trying to think what other, Brad Pitt. I think he's doing some great work now. Yeah, it goes on and on. There's a lot that I haven't done. So hopefully.
Nice. So one of the things that we've been asking our guests over the weekend is, obviously we're on this lockdown experience, and it sounds like you've been busy with cameos for sure. but we've been asking, you know, like what's, because it seems like this concentrated time has allowed us to get around to things that maybe we've wanted to read or listen to or watch. Is there anything that you've actually kind of gotten around to where you're like, oh my God, I finally got to read this, finally got to watch this, or something that you're particularly enjoying right now?
Well, you know, there are silver linings, you know, to this, and one of the best parts, you know, um, is the fact that my family, you know, the three of us, can really just slow down time and be present with each other and talk and share this because you know my son is going to be Augie is going to be 22 next month, and you know it's this is not going to be happening that much longer, you know, or ever again, really. You know, he's moving on his own life, so that that has been really kind of special, and we remind ourselves of that. You know, we'll take walks. Well, the whole essence of time has changed, you know, so the you find yourself able to um, be less rushed, be more patient, be um, taking care of yourself in that way. Um, and that's been great. Um, I have redone my garage though. On a on a it was a disaster, you know, begging for attention, and so um, I removed my husband and I and son removed every single thing out of that garage and came in and drywalled it and painted the floor, and now we're in the process of dusting each little thing off, and it's either going in the garbage or going back in, but if it's going back in it has to really deserve, you know, be deserving. So that's been a great sort of purge. And the other thing is, uh, my my dog had surgery 6 weeks ago, so it's been I've been able to kind of like watch over her and baby her, and slowly she tore her ACL in the back of her right hind leg, so she had to have that corrected. So she had to be sort of kept quiet and heal, and you know it's given me an opportunity to kind of do that with her.
Nice. That's awesome. You know what? It's funny. That's one of the things that's really kind of stood out to me in our time knowing you is how maternal you are, like how much of a committed mother, and even just listening to you about caring for your dog. And being Mother's Day, I can't remember if we wished you a happy Mother's Day,
Aw,
but happy Mother's Day.
thank you so much. Really, I that's why I picked today to join you. I thought it'd be really fun, you
Yeah,
know?
it's awesome. Totally, it's awesome. We have okay, so oh, we have a question, but okay. I think James has already kind of answered that question. And it's another doctor's case question, but it's actually, has there been any other further development with the doctor's case? And James, you already kind of spoke to that.
I did, although this is a good time to mention to you, Denise, that we have something that we'll be sending you that is a pitch
Oh,
that we're putting together for a potential pitch about an extension of the doctor's case. So
Oh, cool.
you're hearing about it for the first time live, but
Wow,
I
spoiler
will.
alert. Okay.
I'll get that to you in the next couple of days.
Great, great.
that's so that actually kind of answers the second part of that question that I didn't mention because it kind of gives things away. So Geneva, just for you who have asked the question, James kind of just insinuated the second part of your question.
Wow, her name is Geneva?
Yeah.
That's such a rare name. I had a great aunt named Geneva. Yeah, from in the South. That's a very Southern name. You don't hear that very often.
No, for sure.
No.
Cool. Okay, so one of the things that we've been asking about of the guests during this weekend has been like FanCon's full of moments. I think we touched on that a little bit earlier. Every convention's full of moments. Oh, and you told a funny story, but this is like basically um, these are moments like where someone works on their costume for an entire year and they get to debut it at the Comic-Con. They get to meet, their favorite star, Denise Crosby, in that one, like special moment. They get to be in part of a truly empowering and inclusive space. We've been asking all our guests today and yesterday, the day before, if you could share a moment, because you've been to, a few conventions, a special moment that it was special for you. Like, I mean, obviously they're always special, but something that was a moment for you.
Wow. I will talk about one specific one, but really my greatest takeaway from meeting people all over the world is really when a young woman comes up to me and talks about how they were a young girl watching this show and saw the possibilities in this character, and that they knew that they finally saw somebody on television that looked like me, that acted like me, but wasn't losing any strength, wasn't being subordinated, a subordinate to a man, was empowered, and they felt strength from that, and they grew into that, and they've come to thank me for representing that, and that is profound. That's not something you're conscious of when you're doing a role. Like you're not disembodied and going, oh, they're going to be watching this and people are going to come away with this feeling. You hope that people come away with some sort of reaction, some sort of feeling through your performance, but you certainly don't know where it's going to come from and or go to, and that's been really astounding for me. There was one time when we were, I believe it was Salt Lake City Comic-Con, and we were most of the cast of The Next Gen was on stage, and there was a gentleman who came up to the microphone, and he was in a wheelchair, and he was a double amputee, his legs, and he said to us that he had been in Iraq, and he was a medic, and he was with his unit, and he went in, and they went into a house, and they opened the fridge, and it was a bomb. The blew everything apart, and everyone apart. And he immediately, by training, grabbed his med and started injecting everyone with morphine, with all the morphine he had to get everybody painless as they could be. And he didn't realize that his own legs basically had been blown off. And so through many years of treatment and hospitalizations and therapy and the process of getting him to be in this chair in front of us, he told us he wanted to thank us for getting him hang on, for getting him through this rehabilitation process, that he would have lost his mind if not for the fact that this message of hope and strength and survival kept him going. And we were simply speechless. As you can see, it's still carry it. We were absolutely dumbfounded and speechless, and all we could do was hug him. And that's, I mean, you can't touch that kind of stuff. It is so greater than you, what this show becomes in people's lives. So that was, truly remarkable. And the government, the state, they I think it's not like Habitat for Humanity, but it's something like that. They built him a home, that would be wheelchair accommodating. And he was married, his wife was there, obviously a deep part of his life, and his partner. And it was we still talk about it. And this was years ago. This was a number of years ago. But it was those kind of moments, like, you will never forget, ever.
That's powerful, like super powerful.
Mhm.
Wow. And I think like of the stories that have been told, the television series, the movies, I mean, Star Trek has that kind of power to be able to do those kinds of things, right? Like it's like, I mean, it illustrates strength across, like, despite gender, race, like, well, even like alien race, all that kind of stuff. It is very much an empowering and powerful and wow. That gave me chills, actually, that story.
Now I'm all pink, and my nose is pink. That's really good for the photography. Oh well.
All good. Go ahead, James. You were.
Oh, I just said it was a beautiful moment. It's profound, and to be able to share that with you is profound as well. So thank you for being willing to go there with us.
Of course.
So I'll just flip the mood just a little bit, because I wanted Norm to be able to get in another plug for our sponsor.
Barkerville beer. Hold on.
What?
This is
tasty beer.
Barkerville, the Gansfeld. This is a darker beer.
Oh, you're drinking it in a jar?
Right? Well, that's COVID. We actually didn't have any glasses, so we're just been using the jars.
So the reason that I bring that up is because we have a question from Chris, who wanted to know what beverage you're enjoying, Denise, in the mug.
In my COVID cocktail hour. Well, let's see. Tonight for Mother's Day, I do have a nice rosé cooling off in the fridge. But I've been doing a kind of I've gone old school, like a Greyhound, little grapefruit juice, little Perrier with lime, and a little vodka. Goes a long way.
What about foods? Like, because that's one thing that I've found with us in our household is that we have actually we've been trying things that we wouldn't have otherwise tried, and actually looking at our cupboard and being like, oh man, we bought this, we never used it, we've talked to a few people that are actually keen on making sourdough bread.
I know what the sourdough thing is like exploded. No, I've been cooking a lot. Although tonight I'm not going to cook. I get a reprieve. But I've been just looking at all kinds of recipes and trying different stuff. The New York Times, every Sunday, today's paper, they put out 5 things you should be cooking this week. So it's like I've tried a number of these recipes, and just doing all kinds of different stuff. I've got to cook. And so, it's been fun, been creative. For me, it's really creative cooking. I love it.
Nice. What are you watching right now?
Well, I, of course, like the whole world, watched The Tiger King. Have I seen that?
That's a common answer.
Oh my God. I mean, it's just head scratching. I'm like, they're thinking about making it into a limited series, and I'm going, no, it's never gonna find somebody like Joe Exotic. They're just
Nicolas Cage. They're talking about him.
Well, okay. Anyone can do it. Yeah, that's actually really good casting. Oh my God, my glasses are fogging up. I'm laughing. Um, so that was great. Then I watched the last season of Ozark. Finished
Mm.
that. I've been watching. I watched The Plot Against America, which was really pretty fabulous. I highly recommend. I've been watching this Italian series, My Brilliant Friend, which
I
is
have heard of that.
on HBO. It's beautiful. Elena Ferrante books. Beautiful, beautifully done. I've been watching The Last Dance, which is a sports 10-part documentary series about the Chicago Bulls and their final season.
Mm.
So I'm a big sports crazy person. So that's been really fun. All of us have been watching it together. And I think that's covering it right now. Yeah, pretty much. I tried to give this interesting French cop show a chance called Banco. Banco. It's from 2009. It ran for 4 seasons. Very dark, very gritty. But man, the pace of the subtitles was going so fast. I was missing the show. I'm going, wait, I have no idea what just happened. So finally, Ken and I said, yeah, let's move on. Move on.
So the last pre quarantine or isolation show that I was able to watch regularly with a couple of friends, Stu and Andrew, both of whom you know, was Star Trek Picard, and which I don't know if you've had a chance to see it yet or not, but I quite like it. I think it's breathing a nice, along with Discovery, it's breathing some interesting new life into the franchise, but it plot very heavily on the Romulans and the aftermath of the destruction of Romulus. And I can't help but think, as I keep watching it, that there would be a really excellent spot for Sela in the development of that storyline. And just wonder if somebody were to come calling about that, is that something that you would consider?
Oh, absolutely. I think it'd be so much fun. I mean, I hope you're not the only person, that has mentioned this and talk to me about it. The Star Trek Online game series that I did really was great with Sela. It really had a whole big gaming arc with her, and the designers of the show have been trying to kind of align themselves with what the TV series are doing, so they don't veer off into two separate worlds. So they've mentioned very much about Sela, and they thought it was interesting, but who knows. I will let them make that move, and I'll be there if they come calling. Absolutely.
Awesome.
Right on. So I've just been notified that we're actually a little bit over time, which I kind of half expected would happen just because you're so fabulous and we love chatting with you. But I have to extend a huge thanks on behalf of everyone at FanCon and the United Way of Northern BC and James and myself. Thank you so much for taking time out of Mother's Day to spend with us. It means the world, and it means so much right now, especially to keep everyone connected.
I love you both so much. It is a treat, a gift to myself on Mother's Day to connect with you guys and see you for such a great thing that you're doing. And, you're right. We all need each other right now. We're all in need of connection, and keep our spirits up and know that we will get through this. And I can't wait to give you both a real hug. So sending you a virtual hug right now, virtual kisses, and I will see you very soon.
Absolutely, you will.
All right.
Thank you so much, Denise.
My pleasure. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome back. We're winding down. We're getting down to the last segment here. Let me see. Let's unmute myself. There we go. Now we're on. We're back. Now we're muted. Norm is just working on a couple of behind the scenes things, so hence why you got me for a moment here. But I just wanted to say a quick thank you to absolutely everybody for tuning in, checking it out, being a part of this monumental weekend as we've been here for the last 3 days now. FanCon from home has been a bigger success than we could have ever imagined, and we want to take a time to say thank you to all of you who've been tuning in through Facebook, through Twitch, and through YouTube, and all the other places. Also putting up those hashtags FanCon from home on Instagram, on Twitter, on absolutely everything. We're checking them out, we're liking them, we're going to be sharing them, and we have some great ideas in store for all of you who are part of this. Obviously, happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. And yeah, we're just getting a few things up and running. We'll probably throw you back to the screensaver while we try and load a few things in. So just want to let you know we're not taking off, we're not gone. We're just trying to make it look as good as possible while posting from another place to this place. So thank you very much for all your patience and being a part of it. Thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you to the sponsors of our standard FanCon who came in this morning, and of course to all of our vendors. We will have all your links and all your sites up on the site in the next couple of days. And to all of our guests, whether you were a fan before, I'm sure you're a fan now. There's so much that I've learned just being here behind the scenes about each and every one of these individuals. So jump on their, whether it be their Facebook or their Instagram or their Twitter or their Cameo, and give them a follow and send them some love. Tell them that either you first encountered them through here or you fell even more in love with them because of FanCon, and that goes a long way. But thank you to all the donations to United Way as well. We've been seeing those coming in. We've got a few messages from people saying they've been donating directly. That's totally fine and acceptable. But for others who are looking for the link, it is on fancon.ca, and we want to thank all of you for doing that as well. But with that, I'm going to... Oh, I think I'm going to bring Norm in. At least he's going to come in. And we'll discuss what the next step is. He's just setting up right now. We'll unmute him. Are you there, Norm?
Hey, bud.
We're live right now, so I've been just giving a little bit of filler and let everybody know what's going on, but you get to go on this side. Mr. Excitable.
Hey, man! Hey, yes, so quick question for you, Paul.
Yeah.
Because she's just strictly going through Facebook Live.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, she's just queuing it up. I don't know if anybody has actually been watching what Allison does, but she is going to be doing a reading based on 3 questions. And then of those 3 questions, you can pick from 3 decks, and they are all fandom related decks. So she's just getting it all together right now. But I mean, what better way to round out FanCon than by finding out what you need to do to have the greatest future ever.
I was going to add something in there, but I'm not going to.
No.
So I've covered off our sites. I've covered off all the social. I've covered off everything to do with United Way. But do you want to also, before we get into the segment, talk about our sponsor for this segment?
Yes. Hold that thought.
More reinforcements. Okay. You'd think he'd have a little small fridge beside him. That's something that we can talk to Trench and them about. But yeah, so Norm's just going off to grab some props, but also props to all the others who have been back here helping support. Ming Chen's been jumping up on the stream all day long. Really appreciate that support. Obviously, we've got Leanna Vamp, and we had Jay Riso yesterday. We had Cage Fighter yesterday. If you haven't checked out the segment, you got to check that out. That's going to be coming up in a few days. But I'm going to switch over to Norm, who's going to talk about our sponsor.
So let me tell you about these guys. This is Trench Brewing, yo. And they are a huge supporter of Northern FanCon. This is the Sugar Bowl Pale Ale. And let me tell you, it is delicious. Can you even do that on stream? Oh, yeah. You can do anything on a FanCon stream. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, there it is. Okay. I can tell my future right now. It's yummy. Over to you, Paul.
I was gonna say it's almost like you have experience in the pour there. So
Yeah.
no, that's
So
fantastic. Yeah.
it's been, it certainly has been a very fantastic weekend. You know what? Just a love fest, a complete love fest, and it's pretty remarkable. Just in case anybody was wondering, like not a single person who worked on this stream all weekend long asked for anything other than to be here,
That's
be
true.
present, and spend some time with everybody out there. It's pretty remarkable, and it's pretty awesome that we've got such great friends who you know, Prince George and FanCon has made such an impression on. It makes me swell with pride. Very, very, very happy.
Well, and behind the scenes that I don't know if everybody knows this or not, but I've had the fortune to know this for the last little while, is that Norm and his team, before I joined, they have spent a very meticulous amount of time trying to make sure that they bring the right guests. Not necessarily just the people that people like want to see, but those who are part of community, they're part of the events, they're part of the family, and are actually going to be able to give back. And it's very much like, if there's any question whatsoever, not to say the others have not shown up or not, but just letting you know, that's where you can see these great relationships between Norm and James and Leah and all the guests, is because they pick the right people who want to be a part of this and want to be there for the fans. And it's just the energy all these 3 days. You can see it. You can see the smiles back and forth, and everybody's just, it's like a big family reunion, which is fantastic.
Well, I mean, you think about this. This entire weekend, every single one of our guests has been welcoming you all and us into their homes.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, as much as I would love for us all to be like in person together at the convention right now, it's a pretty special thing for somebody to open the doors to their home to you. So I mean, like, I think that is really, really quite something. And it's funny because I like, being the weirdo that I am, I'm like looking around what they got in the background. I'm like, oh, I've got that. Right? No, but
it's actually kind of funny because after the cosplay panel went off air, that's what Riddle was doing too. She's like, "Hey, so what do you got in the background there? What's going on over there?" So it was perfect. But another one we should
I've been watching your pops the whole time. I'm like, I want to know who they are. And that one looks like Black Panther on the end.
What we got there? Oh, that's from Gears of War, actually. But
okay.
You got some Star Wars, you got some Toothless, you got some comic book men.
Yeah.
But also, I think we should give thanks to where our normal home is. At the center.
CN Center, baby. Glenn Mickelson is my man. He and his team at CN Center are stalwart supporters of FanCon. And you all out there probably have no idea of what they have done behind the scenes to make sure that FanCon has continued through the years. It's the city of Prince George and Glen have a commitment to this this event that I don't think is normal. I think it's very much above and beyond. So we thank them so much, and yeah, we're very lucky to live in the city that we live in.
And I can see that we have someone is live right now. So I'm actually just trying to see if I can actually connect and get that going. Because I think that'd be awesome, and then we can kind of do a little scene and scene. I might even be able to get the Zoom going at the same time. That might be just too trippy, but it might work. This is on the fly.
Trip it out, Trip Dog. Trip it out.
Okay, let's go.
Tryptophan.
And we'll go with display capture. Not sure if she knows if we're trying to capture it right now or not, but we're going to get figured out. So what I'm going to do, keep filling that gap for a second there, Norm.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was zoned out. I was looking at this green light that's on top of my computer. I don't know if you've been noticing out there in Facebook streaming or Twitch streaming or YouTube streaming world, But I kept looking down at my screen against the wishes of Bob Bloomer, who says, "Look at the camera all the time." So it's been a real challenge, real challenge. But here I am looking right at you. I'm looking at you and you and you and you. But all in all, this has been such a fulfilling weekend for us, and hopefully for you guys too. And the great thing about it is, even if you missed one of these casts, one of these streams, you will have a chance to watch them in days to come. Also, we had planned on broadcasting our 2019 cosplay contest last night, but I wasn't as familiar with the laptop that was exporting the video as I should have been, and I didn't realize that it would time out. So that is actually loading right now. So any time now, it might actually be before the end of the day today.
So Norm, I'm going to try and bring in her audio right now. Let's just see what happens.
Do this.
Because I hadn't really admitted to a whole lot of people that I do stuff like that. So I thought, well, I could do this for extra income. So I thought, great, I will read tarot cards
Come and knock on
to
our
kind of
door.
supplement my artwork and do that from my
We've been
tarot
waiting
studio.
for you.
Now I had read professionally before. I worked at a metaphysical shop reading on the weekends, so I had some professional experience. And at first, when I first started offering tarot reading services, I was only using my fairy decks because I thought I had this following, people who loved my fairy and my fantasy artwork. So I thought, okay, I will start offering fairy because I thought that was a good sort of segue or transition, that I kind of already had this audience who loved fairies, so offering fairy readings just kind of made sense. But it was actually at Northern FanCon when I had this epiphany moment to do the nerdy tarot readings. So I was spending there, I can't remember, I think it was it was either my first or second year there, but I'm looking around at the people and I noticed that a lot of people were wearing kind of pagan themed motifs like pentacles and Thor's hammer and that kind of thing. And I started to think to myself, like, you know, there's a lot of pagans or witches here. Like, is that just coincidence? Is that a Prince George thing, or am I noticing sort of an overlap here? And I started to think about my own witchy pagan friends, and I thought, like, wow, you know, a lot of them are geeks too. Not all my geek friends were pagan, but I would say most of my pagan friends were geeks. So I thought, you know what, there might be a market here for this. And I had this kind of light bulb moment went off for me, and I thought, you know what, I wonder if there's a way to combine my tarot practice with my sort of geek culture, because I loved being there so much, and it was just something else I could do, again, to supplement my artwork. So I started thinking about ideas, how can I bridge the gap between tarot, spirituality, and geek culture? So I was also really struggling with my own identity because I felt like I was sort of split in half. I kind of felt like I had this nerdy, geeky, scientific, academic side. And then I had all these like witchy, pagan, new age friends as well. And I felt like it was hard to kind of figure out how those both come together. And I felt like I couldn't be my whole self. I had to be sort of half a person with these people and half a person with these people. So that was part of like, I had my own identity crisis and trying to solve all this. So my solution, bridging the nerdy geek culture, pop culture, and tarot just really clicked for me. So I started reading up on Joseph Campbell and Carl Jung, and I started collecting pop culture decks, and I'd put it out there to sort of the tarot community, and people started recommending decks to me, like, oh, and a lot of them are so hidden because they're independently published. A lot of them are not on the mainstream market. So I'd get all these leads, and I'd find all these artists who are self-publishing decks, and I started collecting them, and now I have quite a collection. I think I'm up to like 11 different pop culture decks. But anyway, after studying Joseph Campbell and Carl Jung, I started to realize that the same archetypes, metaphors, and symbols in our comic books, in our fantasy and science fiction stories, and even our video games, any of these storytelling media are the same archetypes, metaphors, and symbols in the tarot. They're all the same. So I was like, whoa, another light bulb moment. So I've been talking a little bit about spirituality. So before I go on about spirituality, I just want to define what I mean when I say that, because it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And let me just tell you what I mean. So when I talk about spirit, I'm talking about concepts that don't fit within the realms of body, heart, and mind. Okay, so they're outside rationality, thought, feelings, emotions, or the material world. So these are things like compassion, unity, creativity, love, purpose, fulfillment. To me, those are spiritual concepts. So obviously, you don't have to be religious or believe in a higher power to identify with those concepts, but for me, I choose to categorize those as spiritual concepts. So you don't need to be spiritual to use tarot either. I think that is a myth that is out there, that it's this really woo, you have to believe in psychics, and sorry, I'm getting messages from FanCon right now, so I got interrupted. Okay, where was I? Oh yes, you don't have to believe in tarot, or you don't have to believe in a higher power or be spiritual or believe in psychics to use tarot. You can be an atheist and still find value in tarot. So I'm not going to talk about my personal beliefs because I think they're irrelevant, and I'm not here to convert anyone or try to convince you that psychics are real. That's not what I do. I don't even consider myself a psychic, but I do consider myself a well-educated and trained cartomancer, and so I'm here to offer you my services, my skills, and my knowledge base. So this is why I think tarot works for everybody, okay? You can believe that the cards were chosen by divine intervention, that it's no coincidence that you were at the right place at the right time and those messages came through for you. If that's what you choose to believe, that's fine with me. But if you choose to believe that the cards are nothing but pretty pictures on cardstock that are totally chosen at random, I will argue that they still have value and they still work. So either way is good with me, and this is why I think they work, even if you don't believe there's anything magical and they're totally random. It's because of psychology, okay? Humans are exceptionally great at spotting patterns. We are so great at it that we even see them when they're not there. And so when you have cards laid out in front of you, you will start connecting, you'll start trying to find a pattern. You'll try to find like, how could this possibly fit into my life? And you'll make a connection somehow. Something will go off and you're like, oh, it could be this or it could be that, but you'll connect it to something. And so what happens then is something magical and something amazing. So what some people get from that experience is they start to think a little bit harder about their current situation, or they get a new perspective that they hadn't considered before. Some people get an extra dose of validation of things that they'd already been thinking or feeling. Sometimes getting that external validation from something outside of yourself, whether it's friends, strangers, computers, random coincidences, it is proven to boost confidence and courage. So you get that validation and you're like, okay, this is what I must do. I already had that intuition in me anyway, but now I have that boost of courage to go forward. Some people get inspired with new ideas. So cards come up and they're like, wow, that gives me an idea, or I never thought of that before. Some people get readings, writers. There are tarot readers out there that only read for writers and help them create their plot lines and their character development and the world that those characters live in. So tarot can be a source of creative inspiration. So I believe that tarot works for everyone, and I respect everyone's beliefs, whether you're super woo or whether you're a staunch atheist. Doesn't matter to me. Come with an open mind and just see what the cards have to say. So, to those people who maybe don't want to mix their woo, their spirituality, with their entertainment, I have this to say. So there are a lot of spiritual themes across geek culture. Like, for example, we have Star Wars has the Force. In fantasy, there's always this idea of magic and studying and controlling the supernatural. We have magicians in comic books, in fantasy. We have, there's characters like Constantine who are caught between heaven and hell. We have DC often has a recurring theme of fate and destiny. Harry Potter meets Dumbledore in sort of this purgatory, afterlife, limbo, sort of like he talks to Dumbledore after he's dead in this weird sort of afterlife train station, right? So these themes exist in pop culture. So I'd like to also add that neither geek culture or spirituality would exist without artists and creative imaginations. We geeks are dependent on our artists, our writers, our filmmakers, our set designers, our costume designers, cosplays, actors, musicians. Like, geek culture would not exist without creative individuals and artists. And religions are every single one are founded on stories. Okay? So I love this quote by Neil Gaiman. He said, "Fairy tales are more than true, not because they teach us that dragons exist, but because they teach us that dragons can be beaten." So our stories are metaphors for our own lives. Storytelling is integral to our ability to thrive, and it is our stories that teach us what it means to be human. Joseph Campbell said that those who are taking the Bible literally are missing out on the real message, but those who are rejecting it because of its religious qualities are missing out on some important stuff as well. So if the Bible's not your thing, you know what? You can get the same lessons out of stories like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Hunger Games. The list goes on and on and on. They're all teaching us the same thing about what it means to be human. So here is what I'm going to do for you. I am combining all those theories into my tarot practice, and what I have for you today are 3 pop culture tarot decks. So I'm going to be offering readings to anybody who wants to participate. I see Norm has put his hand up and he's volunteered for the first one. So your deck choices are the Pokemon Tarot, and I've put all the info in the description. So if you want to take a look, you can look at the description of this video and you'll have a reference for all this because there's a lot to it. The second deck is my Harry Potter deck, and the third option is my DC Justice League Tarot deck. Now, for the purpose of this video, I'm only going to answer one of 3 questions. So question number 1 is I'm calling it One with the Force. And the question is, what action can you take today that will align you with your purpose and highest good? The second question is Expecto Patronum. Where can you draw the strength to be resilient and positive, right? Expecto Patronum is the defense against the Dementors, which is despair and depression and left with all your most negative thoughts. And so to ward that off, your best protection is to think happy thoughts and have some self-confidence. So how can you be resilient and positive? The third question, I'm calling the Dalek invasion. So what is something in your life that you can exterminate so that you can complete your current life journey? So something that might be blocking you or creating barriers or challenges. What can you do, or what do you need to exterminate so that you can continue moving forward? Okay, so you can leave in the comments, you can choose a deck and a question and I will read for you, or you can roll the dice. I have a D10 here, and depending on what number comes up, the combo will be chosen for you, And if you happen to get 0, then I'm gonna pull 2 cards, so you get a bonus card. So there's a bit of a gamble to this. So you can pick the question you really want answered, or you can roll the dice and maybe get 2 questions answered for you. Okay, so Norm, I'm gonna start with you. Everyone can hear me, right? I've been going on for like 20 minutes now. Just want to make sure that those people who are watching can hear what I'm saying. Norm wants to go with 1 with the Force with the Justice League Tarot. Okay. I'm going to shuffle the deck and I'm going to pull a card. Okay, so 1 with the Force. What action can you take today that will align you with your purpose and highest good? Okay, Norm. We have the Ace of Wands. And I believe the character in this deck is Phantom. And if I recall correctly, because he's kind of an obscure character, so anyone out there who knows this character better than me, feel free to chime in. But I believe this is a character who sort of passes the torch, so he kind of lives forever, but with different people. So what I see for you, as you know what, is if there is something in your head, like I know you were the founder of Northern FanCon, you started this, but this sort of hints that there's something new, like you have a new project or a new idea, or I know you're probably involved with many things, but this is all about a new spark of inspiration, or even maybe it's time for you to carry the torch, like someone's passing the hat onto you and it's time for you to wear the hat and play this role and bring something new to the table. So the 8 aces are all about new beginnings, and the suit of wands is all about fire and inspiration and enthusiasm and excitement, and it's sort of saying like there's a lot of potential in this new idea. So you could really take it anywhere and make it anything that you want, and this card is encouraging you to go for it. Yeah, does that make sense to you? Helen says she's halfway done her puzzle. So many years ago, I did a Kickstarter and I published my artwork on a whole bunch of puzzles, and Helen was one of the people who funded my Kickstarter, and she got a puzzle. So, who else wants to volunteer for a reading? Helen, I might pick on you. Did you want a reading today? I'm gonna just scroll through the comments here for a sec. Who else is watching? Joanne. Joanne, I see you as well. It's hard. Helen, is my puzzle hard, or were you referring to something else? Helen would love a reading. Okay, Helen, I don't know if you saw how this works or if you read the description above, but you get to choose 1 of 3 questions and 1 of 3 decks, or you can roll the die and let fate decide for you. The puzzle is hard. Okay, just wanted to check and make sure. Rachel Schill would like a reading as well. Okay, I'm going to do Helen first. Helen wants to roll the dice, and then I will read for Rachel. Okay. Helen, I rolled number 5 for you. So, you are going to get the Justice League Tarot deck again, and your question will be, where can you draw the strength to be resilient and positive? I'm shuffling again. The world. Helen, you got the world with Superman and Lois Lane. So here she is coming back to safety. She looks like she's been through quite a bit, but Superman has come to the rescue and saved her and saved the world. So all is right, all is well. To me, this says, you know, you can find positivity in looking back on a phase that you are wrapping up. So something is coming to completion, something is coming to its natural and timely end, and you can look back on it fondly and you can say goodbye in peace almost. It's like this sense of peace has come over you. It's like, yep, I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I had this phase of my life, but I'm totally 100% ready to let go and move on to the next thing. So I feel like for you, this is just telling you to look back, look at the journey that you've just been on, and prepare yourself for the journey that's ahead, because that's what's saying. It's like everything has come to its natural end and it's ended in a state of peace for you. That, you know, there weren't kind of resentful feelings or a sense of failure. It's like you're totally ready to let go and enjoy what's coming next. So continue. If there's any loose ends you got to tie up, that's what you need to work on. That's where you can find the strength and positivity to move forward into the next phase. So Helen says she is leaving her farm. I was wondering that. I was like, maybe this is your own art business that you had, or maybe this is your farm. So maybe this is a sign that an offer is coming and that it's ready to move. You're ready to move on. Okay. Rachel is interested in question number 3. Okay, Rachel, which deck would you like? We have Pokemon Tarot, Harry Potter Tarot, or Justice League Tarot. Question 3 is, what is something you can exterminate from your life so you can complete your current journey? I'm just waiting for Rachel to tell me which deck she would like to use. And I'll just, while I'm waiting for her response, I am gonna just scroll, see if anybody else would like a reading, just, oh, it's gotta be Harry Potter. Okay, if anyone else would like a reading, just chime in the comments and I will put you in the queue. So in the meantime, let's read for Rachel. Harry Potter and Dalek Invasion. So a little Harry Potter Doctor Who reading going on here. Okay. So the question was, what's something you can exterminate from your life so you can complete your current life journey? And we have the 10 of Swords, which is being represented by a Dementor, and the word here at the bottom is destruction. So I don't know if there's anything in your life, like if there is some self-sabotaging going on, maybe you have some fears of failure, or maybe even fears of success, so that you're maybe not putting in everything that you could be putting into something, or you're holding back but I get the sense that possibly there's some either some negative thoughts, because the Dementors, like I said, leave you with only your negative thoughts. They suck out all the happy memories so that you're left in this sort of this state of depression and despair and misery. What else do I want to say about that? Think about in what ways you might be experiencing or contributing to destruction, and you want to exterminate that from your life, or you want to exterminate the negative thoughts. You want to replace those with happy thoughts, with positivity, and confidence. I feel like too, because remember, the best defense against the Dementor is the Patronum charm. And in order to cast a Patronus, you need to have confidence and you need to have happy thoughts. So a meaningful, happy memory. Hold on to that. Let it give you the courage to move forward and stay positive and exterminate any destructive habits you have or any negative self-talk. Okay, Diane. So if you roll the die, just so that we're clear, the whole combo is chosen for you. So you don't get to choose the question. It will choose the question and the deck. So if you'd like question 1, let me know which deck you will choose. Or let me know if you want to roll the die and possibly get a different question. Rachel says that was super helpful, and thank you. Yeah, no problem, Rachel. Thank you for tuning in and watching and participating. And hopefully I will see you guys in September at FanCon, where I'll be offering readings there as well. Okay, Diane, I'm just waiting for your response. You're next in the queue. Leah's cheering you on. She wants you to just roll the dice. Just roll the die. Okay, let's do it. Okay, you got number 9. So, number 9 is question number 3. What you need to exterminate from your life, and Harry Potter. So isn't that what we just answered? This exact same one? Okay, this card is for Diane. Okay, so we got the chariot, and representing the chariot archetype in the Harry Potter deck is the Hogwarts Express. So this is the train that the students take to Hogwarts. So they're on a journey. For first years at least, they're going to some new destination, new experience. And that can be a little bit scary. So the chariot requires a lot of willpower. So because this is something you need to exterminate in your life, I almost wonder if you're a procrastinator. If it's not that you have to exterminate your willpower, it's almost that you need to exterminate the opposite, which would be procrastination. So you know you're supposed to go somewhere, you know that there's this destination out there for you, something great is waiting for you, but you're holding back, or you're not doing what you're supposed to do, or you're lacking motivation to do it. And so if you want to see results, then you have to get moving. You have to get on that train. You have to go. You have to do the work. Somebody once said to me, you can have excuses or you can have results, but you can't have both. So let me know if you can relate to that. And Leah is up next. She would like to roll the dice. Okay. While I'm waiting for Diane to comment, I'm gonna start reading for Leah. Woo, we lost the dice. Let's roll again. We got another number 9. So this Dalek invasion question is becoming quite popular. Okay, so Harry Potter deck is dead. And Leah, for you, we got the Magus. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but it's Harry Potter. So in a standard tarot deck, this would be the Magician. So here is Harry Potter, and he is surrounded by all the Horcruxes are drawn into this picture. So he has a mission, right? That was his mission, to find all the Horcruxes and destroy them. Question 1, what do you need to exterminate from your life? Okay, I have a couple of thoughts on this, because when I first pulled it out, it came up upside down. And so that puts a different spin on how we can interpret this card. So it could mean that you are not utilizing your full potential, that there is some untapped potential within you that basically you need to activate. So in terms of exterminating, it's exterminating that self-doubt perhaps, or that lack of confidence. You want to exterminate. You want to flip this upside, flip it so that it's right side up. That's what I'm trying to say. And you want to be very clear about what your goals are, because the Magician, that's his trick, is that he accomplishes a lot because he knows what he wants. He knows what he wants, he knows what he has to do, and he will do anything to get it. Now, the alternative message, because it came upside down, knowing that the Magician is kind of ruthless, like I said, he will do anything to accomplish his goals. Nothing is going to stop him. And sometimes that there are kind of casualties, or what's the word? I can't think of the word right now, but like collateral damage that happens along the way. And it's either asking you to be very mindful about that damage that you're doing in pursuit of your goals. Like maybe you need to, maintain, I don't know, sometimes it's friendships or relationships that you're like, you know what, my goal is the most important thing. So if my relationships are getting in the way of that goal, then bye-bye relationships. So maybe you need to reevaluate that. Like that's just an example of what it could be. You know, what are you losing in order to attain your goal? Could be just trying to bring your attention to that. Or it could be saying, you know, you have to exterminate that self-doubt and start to become very clear about your goals, what you want to happen, like what is it that you want. And one way to do that is, first of all, some people think they know what they want, but their emotions are not in alignment. So first yourself, ask you what you want. Ask yourself what you want. What is your goal? So some people, it's like, I want to have the job at this company, or I want to be in a relationship with this person. And then what you want to do is you want to ask yourself, well, how would it make me feel if I had that? If I had that thing in my life, how would it make me feel? So you're going to say, well, it would make me feel loved, or it would make me feel valued, or it'd make me feel accomplished, or, you know, whatever feelings are coming up for you, turn that into your goal. So the outcome is now irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you end up with that job or with that person. It's great to have goals because that gives you direction. So I'm not saying abandon your goals. Use that as direction, but be open-minded to other opportunities that come up because they might steer you down a path that you weren't aware of. And that's why I warn you about the magician, right? Because if you're so like laser focused on this one thing, you might be missing out on opportunities that will give you that fulfillment, make you feel loved, make you feel accomplished, you know, whatever it is that you want to feel in your life that you feel like you're lacking. Yeah, okay, that was a lot. I hope that makes sense for you. Okay, I'm just gonna scroll and see who was next. Diane says she relates to her reading. Awesome. Michael says hello. Hello, Michael. And he would like to throw the dice. Okay. Here we go. We're rolling the dice for Michael. Number 2. So the question is expecto patronum. Where can you draw the strength to be resilient and positive? And you are our first Pokemon deck reading. And this is a massive deck, so I'm gonna have to shuffle it a different way. We kind of have to do the over the hand kind of shuffle rather than the riffle shuffle. And when a card starts to poke up like this one, that's how I know it's your card. Okay, so what was the question again? Expecto patronum. Okay, where can we draw the strength to be resilient and positive? And the card I got for you, we have Meowth here, looking at a whole bunch of cups. This is the 7 of Cups card, and there's a lot of options here. So he is looking at all kinds of treasures and opportunities, and possibly a few risky dangers in there. I'm not sure what Pokemon that is, but in a traditional deck it would be like a serpent or a snake, so there's sort of this warning that some of these treasures might be tempting you down the wrong path, or you know, they're served on, what's the phrase, like a silver platter. Not all that glitters is gold. So just take a look at all of these options. So where can you draw the strength to be resilient and positive? You know, I see this as you both have a lot to be grateful for. Right now, you can look around and start to take inventory of all the treasures that already exist in your life. But also moving forward is that you have a lot of options in front of you. So rather than be overwhelmed by all these options, be grateful that you're given so many choices. And just take the time to evaluate, you know, which ones might be too good to be true, which ones are the most tempting, and are they really worth the risk? Maybe they are. I think you need to just take inventory of all this. And what else did I want to say? Something else that just left my mind. Might come back to me. What was I talking about? So a lot to be grateful for. Some things might be risky. Some might be too good to be true. I think, again, it's about figuring out what it is that you want. So are you being, like the last reading, are you being too attached to an outcome and you're missing out on other opportunities? Or do you have multiple ways now in front of you to reach what you really truly desire? And it's also about sorting, that's what I wanted to say. It's also about separating fantasy from reality. So try and figure out what is a fantasy and what is reality. Look for evidence. You want to take into account facts. You definitely want to consider facts and not have your head in the clouds. Like he kind of looks like he's like, oh, look at all this, and he's not really grounded in reality. So make sure that you are being grounded, that you do have a cool head and you're not like living in a fantasy. So that's one thing you want to check and make sure. But I also feel strongly like whatever option you choose, make sure that it feels good in your heart. Like, don't rely too much on facts. This is a card, this is a cups card, so it is talking about emotions and feelings and intuition. So even if it is a bit risky, as long as you know that going in, it might be worth the reward. So take inventory of all your options here and just know that you're in a really good place. Okay. Let me know if you relate to that card, Michael. And anyone else would like a reading, please feel free to chime in. I'm here for as long as you guys want readings. Norm wants to go again. Yes, of course. Another Justice League card. Okay, but this time Expecto Patronum. Okay. Norm, we got another ace for you. So where can you draw the strength to be resilient and positive? Well, we have Sinestro here representing the Ace of Swords. And this card is... what I want to say here is with great power comes great responsibility. Because Sinestro did have that power. And unfortunately, in this case, he kind of went a corrupt way, right? He took it and used it for more selfish means, or what was the Yellow Lanterns? Was it greed, I think? Anyway, you just want to be mindful. So you're holding this sword. Like, imagine like you're holding a sword in your hand. You have this great power. So for some people, that's their voice. They have a platform. They have fame, or they're in the spotlight. They have this platform where they can use their voice to, I don't know, they can use it to either cut people down, or they can use it to build people up, right? They can use that platform. They have that power. So to use it responsibly and for the greater good. Other people, it's authority. If you're in a position of authority, you have the power to make decisions that will affect lots of people. So are you going to be like Sinestro and be greedy, or are you going to, or was it fear? Oh my gosh, it's not greed, it's fear, isn't it? What was I gonna say? Sorry, I lost track of my train of thought there. But anyway, the sword, so authority. So authorities can do things for the greater good, or they can be corrupt and selfish. So the sword, this puts a lot of power in your hands. You have this Ace of Sword, and it's up to you what you choose to do with it. So again, this, like, swords are also about mental ideas, thoughts. So when we combine this card with your Ace of Wands that you got earlier, you know, something new is definitely in the works for you. Like, you have a lot of brainstorming going on. There's a lot that you can do with this. The cards are telling you, go for it. There's a ton of potential here, but whatever you do, do it wisely and make sure you're doing it for the greater good. So how can you draw the strength to be resilient and positive? I would say think about how many people you can affect with this idea that you have the power to impact a lot of people. So that's your message there. Paul is down for a reading. Awesome. Would you like to roll the dice? Diane says, Michael sent a response, but it didn't seem to be showing. He liked what I said. He has some options, and he's been looking at, he also says, thanks. Awesome. Well, thanks, Diane, for relaying that message. That's awesome. Paul, did you want to pick a question, or do you want to roll the dice? Roll the dice, of course. Okay, let's see. Number 4. So 1 with the Force and Justice League. This Justice League deck is honestly one of my favorite decks. I think it was just so well done. It's a really fat deck though, so it is tricky to shuffle, especially if you're used to just playing cards. Then this is a monster deck. Ugh, my tiny hands really struggle with shuffling. Okay, 1 with the Force, 1 with the Force. Okay. 1 with the Force. What can you do? What action can you take today that will align you with your purpose and highest good? And I drew the Sun card for you. And so here we have Shazam. You know, I kind of feel like this is just a really good, feel-good card. This card usually comes up when everything is bright and sunny and everything is happy, and in a regular tarot deck you'd see this child riding a horse, sort of to represent this childlike happiness and enthusiasm, almost like a rebirth, that you've become this new person and you feel so powerful. Like we say, we have Shazam here. He becomes the superhero and he's been reborn into this new body with all these superpowers, and it's like the world is just amazing through these eyes. Like you could do anything. You feel on top of the world. It's like people are throwing parades in your honor. An action that you can take today that will align you with your highest good, I would say enjoy the spotlight, enjoy the accolades, enjoy the praise that you're getting, enjoy your moment, enjoy your 15 minutes of fame or whatever it is that you're going through. Just soak it in, sunbathe in that moment, and go with the flow a little bit. It's like you're reaching this peak, and it won't last forever. Just, these kind of moments are often temporary and fleeting, but they're important. And don't miss out. I guess I kind of feel like if you're the kind of person who's like go busy, and you're like, okay, I did that, that's done, go on to the next thing. It's kind of like, no, take a moment and pause and enjoy what you have accomplished. Like soak it in. Don't just be on to the next project. Enjoy this temporary moment of glory because it won't last forever. Enjoy this period of happiness and accomplishment. I hope that makes sense to you. Okay. Joanne. Hi, Joanne. Joanne would like to roll the dice. And do you have Star Wars cards? I do not have Star Wars cards, but I found a deck on Etsy that somebody made. And so I think just because of the coronavirus situation right now, they've put their shop on hold, so nobody can make any purchases. But once they come back, I'm gonna buy it. So hopefully by September, when I'm at FanCon in the fall, hopefully I will have this deck in my possession. It was an indie deck. It's probably not properly licensed. And the figures are kind of little stick figure drawings. Like they're really simple drawings, but they're very obviously Star Wars, and they're super cute. So I will be adding that. My intention is to add it to my collection, so hopefully I will have one soon. Sorry, I'm going back to Joanne's comment. Okay, she's gonna roll the dice. That's what we're gonna do for Joanne. Before I do that, Paul says, okay, how can someone not smile with that reading? Yep, I am a next and next, so love that. Awesome. Okay, Joanne, rolling the dice. Let's see. 4. Another number 4. Okay. I believe that was one with the Force. Yep. So you got the Star Wars question, even though I don't have a Star Wars deck. What action can you take today that will align you with your purpose and highest good? And we have the Justice League tarot deck. So Star Wars and superheroes coming at ya. That's what you wanted too, wasn't it, Joanne? Star Wars and superheroes. Okay. How can you be at one with the Force? The Two of Cups. Now, these characters, I can't remember their names. Oh my gosh. If someone wants to chime in, I'll hold it close so you guys can see. But they are a gay couple. That's all I know about them, and forgive me and my limited superhero knowledge, but they are well-known gay couple in the DC universe, and here they are clinking champagne glasses, embracing each other. And so your message, this could be a relationship, could be referring to a relationship, a romantic relationship. So it could be saying, to align with the Force is to be more romantic, enjoy some champagne, have some alone time, if that's possible in these days that we're experiencing right now. I know it's tough. It's hard to find babysitters. But it can also be partnership. So if it's not referring to a romantic thing, it could be telling you, if you've been considering some kind of partnership or collaboration, it's giving you the go-ahead that yes, you're on the right track. It's time to join forces with someone, unite with someone, make sure that your hearts are in the right place. So if this is a project, whether it's work or some creative endeavor that you want to take on, make sure that your hearts are in the right place, that you're both doing it for similar reasons, that your motivations are in alignment, and that you can work well together. But go ahead. Midnighter and Apollo, thank you. I knew somebody out there would know. So Midnighter and Apollo, yes, there they are, clinking champagne glasses. It's about partnership, joining forces with someone, connecting with someone, and having those hearts in alignment. So that is how you can be at one with the Force right now, starting today. That is your message, Joanne. Okay. Is anyone else out there? Anyone want a reading? I know that Norm is saying, Candace, get a reading. Is Candace out there? Joanne says, awesome, thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you all for tuning in and watching my live video and supporting Northern FanCon. And I think FanCon has a donation button. I don't know how that works with this live feed, but you can go to their website and you can donate to United Way. They're raising money. So please do that. Can Norm go 3 for 3? Of course you can. And then we'll do Eloise. You'll be next. Okay. So 3 for 3. Dalek Invasion. And are you sticking with the superheroes? I can't. I gotta. Justice League. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Shuffling. Eloise, while I'm reading for Norm, let me know if there is a combo, a question in a deck that you already know you want, or if you want to take a chance and roll the dice. Okay, so the question, what can you exterminate from your life so you can complete your current journey? Norm, for you I have Page of Pentacles, Blue Beetle. You know what's catching my attention with this is the beetle on his back, and I know that's what gives him his powers, but he's a little bit like of a parasite too, like a thing that needs to take priority. So whatever this is needs to go on the back burner. That's the message that's coming to me in terms of exterminating. I feel like it's a temporary extermination, that there will be a time for this, but you either need to let somebody else take over, delegate, pass the torch, or just put it away for another day. Okay. Eloise, you're up next. Did you want me to roll the dice? Yes. Okay, so when we roll the dice, the questions are already preset. So there's 1 and 3 questions that we can answer for you. And then a random deck. So it'll either be Pokemon, Harry Potter, or Justice League tarot deck. So we're gonna roll the dice and see what comes up. And we got the number 3. So the question, again, we're gonna answer what is something you can exterminate. So what can you exterminate in your life right now so that you can continue on your journey? So in other words, what is something that might be you might be doing that's creating a barrier in your life that needs to be removed? How can you simplify your life? What's happening there? So what can we exterminate? And it was the Pokemon tarot. Okay. Okay, this is the card that's peeking out. We have the Queen of Pentacles. And we have a Kangaskhan, I think. Kangaskhan. So what we see this Pokemon is, she's like a kangaroo Pokemon, and she has a little baby one in her pouch. So she is very tough and obviously very protective, kind of like the mama bear sort of energy coming through. And the Queen of Pentacles is someone who is, she loves to give. She is a queen who loves to give to others. So I don't know if this message is saying possibly there's sort of maybe a mother energy coming through, and that's what you need to exterminate. It's maybe telling you that you need to butt out or back off, that you need to give this person, whether it's your child or somebody who you know you're a mother figure to, that you feel very protective of. Maybe it's even a friend, someone that you just have this very protective instinct for, that you're over giving or you're being overprotective somehow. So Yeah, that's kind of what I feel. It's something you can exterminate. I feel like if you can do that, if you can give this other person some space, or maybe it's not you that's behaving that way. Maybe it's somebody else who's treating you that way, and you need to set some boundaries and say like, thanks for your love and thanks for caring about me, but I need to do this on my own. It's really important to me that I do this for myself, and I will let you know how it goes. So let me know if you resonate with that or not, and maybe we can come back. Let me know if you connect to somebody with that kind of energy, someone who loves to give, someone who has a lot to share. Whether you know this person is often like, their door is always open, they love to host, they love to feed people, they love the hostess, being the hostess, and they're, yeah. It's me, she says. It's me, I think. Okay, yeah, so I feel like if you can exterminate that energy or bring it back into balance, that might be a better way to put it, then you're gonna find there's less tension. Like the path will be easier, like things will open up, you're gonna get what you want instead of feeling like you have to fight for it. I don't know, I just feel like it will be easier in some way, a smoother road, let's put it that way, if that makes sense. Okay, just going through here, making sure I haven't missed anyone. Okay, Brenda hasn't had a reading yet, so I'm gonna roll the dice for her, and then we can go back to Diane for a second reading. Okay, Brenda. Number 8. Ooh, yeah, 8, there we go. So, Expecto Patronum Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Harry Potter. So the question is, where can you draw the strength to be resilient and positive? Well, we're drawing a card from the Harry Potter Tarot. The Hermit. This was actually my card of the week for those who subscribe to my newsletter. I actually used this very deck. So we had Severus Snape as the Hermit. So where can you draw the strength to be resilient and positive? Okay, so let's remember that the Hermit is often a mentor. So if we think about the Hermit archetype, there is a Hermit archetype in just about every great grand story, right? Like if we think about Star Wars, we have Obi-Wan Kenobi. He was like the Hermit, the mentor, the one that revealed some truths that helped the hero along the way. It's often like a wizard. There's like this wizard character, some older person who passes on a tool or a set of knowledge to the hero to help them along their journey, and they're often the one also that persuades the hero to step out of their comfort zone, go off and have an extraordinary adventure. I'm just thinking of like Game of Thrones. It was a little bit more subtle, but Jon Snow received the sword Longclaw from, I can't remember his name, but Jorah Mormont's father at the Night's Watch, right? So we got this magical tool from an older person who acted as a mentor. That's where Luke got the lightsaber, right? It was from Obi-Wan Kenobi. Okay, so here, how does Snape represent the Hermit? Well, he's kind of a unique character because he was kind of a hermit. He didn't really fit in anywhere, yet he had a lot of knowledge from both the Death Eaters and from the Order of the Phoenix, right? He kind of, even though he was neither really part of either organization, he was informed by both, and he kind of acted as a double agent, but he pretty much kept to himself. He's a bit of a loner, right? He kind of had this perception of being this miserable, grumpy, kind of individual, but he was a mentor for Harry Potter. Except instead of mentoring Harry through kindness, like Sirius or Dumbledore, for example, right? Those were a couple other of his mentors. He taught him some hard truths and lessons of humility. So that's how he helped Harry. But he also, remember, he gave his life to save Harry. So he was a protector. He was looking out for the hero. So back to the question, where can you draw the strength to be resilient and positive? So there's a couple ways to look at this. We can look at it at, who are your mentors? Who's helping you? It can be about understanding with Severus here being the representative of the hermit. In your case, it could be about learning some hard truths, learning things you don't want to hear. Learning, in Harry's case, it was learning that his father was kind of an asshole. Or in like Luke Skywalker's case, learning that Darth Vader was his father, right? There were some hard truths that were difficult to hear and hard to learn. So maybe you're experiencing that. Maybe you're experiencing some hard truths, but they're going to help you become more whole and lead you down the right path. They're going to give you, get you grounded in reality so you have the full picture. And remember that this information, even though it's hard to hear, it is information that will help you along your path. So try to see the positive, try to see the hope, even though it might feel devastating to hear. It's information that will help you move forward. The other message here is, sit with that information and listen to yourself, because the hermit is also about tuning out other people's opinions and not listening to other people, not letting them persuade you or sway you or pressure you, but listening to that voice inside you. What does that information mean to you? How can you use it? What do you think you should do with it? And make sure that you're deciding what is best for you, because that's what Snape did, right? He wasn't really swayed by either side. He disagreed with both the Death Eaters and some of the actions that Dumbledore was taking, and he stood up and took action, and he did what he felt was the most right. So same for you. Okay. What was I gonna do? I think it was Diane would love a second roll. So Diane, if you are still here, I'm gonna roll the dice for you again. And if anyone else would like a reading, anyone else who's watching, who's tuning in, just let me know. The options are in the description of this video, and you can choose a question and you can choose a deck. You can put that in the comments and I'll read for you, or you can take a chance and roll the dice. So Diane, I rolled a 3. I can't remember what question I answered for you earlier, but this is something that you can exterminate from your life that will help you move forward. And we're using the Pokemon Tarot deck. Okay, we got one poking out here. What is it? Okay, so we see a bunch of flower Pokemon. Oh my gosh, is it Rosalita? Rosalita? Gosh, I think that's what it's called. Anyway, we've got it. There's some grass Pokemon up here as well, and more in the background, and they're all celebrating. It's like they're marching to this like floral archway here, like they're having a celebration of some kind, a parade, or a wedding, or some kind of ceremony that's a celebratory occasion. So what can you exterminate from your life? So sometimes this card comes up when you're partying a little too hard. So I don't know if it's saying, you know, maybe you're socializing a little too much, you're playing a little too hard. That might be what this is saying. If it's something you need to exterminate from your life. I'm just going to look at it and see if I see anything else. I don't think it's a case of being overconfident. I feel like if it was telling you that you were being overconfident, we would have got the Six of Wands instead. So I feel like it's just too much play and not enough work, if that makes sense. Too much, I don't know. Was it you that I was talking about procrastinating with the Hogwarts Express? I don't know. Can't remember if that was you, but maybe that's just reinforcing the message. Andrew. Okay, Andrew, you're asking for a reading. I am not doing health readings. The questions are already preset. They're one of 3 options you can get. They might pertain to your health. I don't know. One is, what action can you take today that will align you with your purpose and highest good? It was you who got the chariot about procrastinating. So I think the cards are telling you need to get to work. There's something you need to be doing. Okay, so once again, the questions are preset. So Andrew, I would love to do a reading for you, but the questions, you got to pick one of the questions I had in the description above, or you can roll the dice. And Ty, same for you. Pick a question in a deck, or roll the dice and have fate choose for you. So whichever one of you responds first, that's who I'll read for first. So the questions are: 1 with the Force, what action can you take today? Oh, Ty says roll the dice. Okay, let's roll the dice for Ty. And Andrew, if you want to chime in, we'll read for you next. Number 4. Okay, 1 with the Force. What action can you take today that will align you with your purpose and highest good? How can you be at 1 with the Force? And we're using the Justice League Tarot. We have the 8 of Cups. How can you be at 1 with the Force? Okay, so we have Red Hood here as like the central figure at the top, kind of looming over, and we see the silhouette of Batman in a graveyard. So we can assume perhaps that it is his parents' graveyard. And we have Red Hood kind of looming over in a ominous manner. And on each of the tombstones, that's where we see there's all these little cups. So there's 8 cups. How can you align? So this is a card about moving on. It's about, now I believe Red Hood was a character who was someone else and then took on this new identity. And so I feel like that's part of the message here as well. And then Batman, it's moving on, not looking back, knowing where you're going and not where you've been. That's how you can align with your purpose and highest good. So it is a card about, it's not about like, how can I say that? Because, you know, it sort of has this sort of dark tone to it, but I don't feel like that's what it is for you. It's just more about like, there's something better for you out there. And if you keep holding on to this sort of moody darkness, you're missing out. It's like, it's time to let go. What this past of yours, it had a purpose for you once, and that was great, but it's time to go forward. It's like you've outgrown it. Just like, think of it as, it's not that it's not good enough, it's just that you've outgrown it. There's something different, something new, something better for you out there. So if you can let go and just move forward, don't look back, you're not going that way. That's my favorite quote from Vikings. Don't look backwards, you're not going that way. Continue looking forward, moving on. There doesn't have to be hard feelings. You know, if you're moving on from people, relationships perhaps, you can still be grateful for those people in your life. But if you've gone down separate paths, that's just the natural course of things. Like, there's no need to, I don't want to say that you shouldn't grieve, but you're not obligated to, if that makes sense. Okay, he says that makes sense. Awesome. All right, Andrew, did you want me to roll the dice for you? Just let me know. Roll the dice. Yes. Okay, let's do it. And another number 4. So, how can you be at one with the Force? And Justice League. Okay. How can you be at one with the Force? We have the Queen of Wands show up for you, and we have Zatanna representing the Queen of Wands, and she is a showman. She is a performer. She enjoys being in the spotlight. So I would say if there's any opportunity for you to either not necessarily have an audience, but if that applies to you, then this card is certainly encouraging that, but it could just be being around people. So, you know, the Queen of Wands would be a character who loves to host parties. She loves to just show off either her party planning skills or her, I don't know, it could be a social status thing, that her affluence she wants to show off. It could be her skills. You know, if she is a performer, a magician like Zatanna, or a singer, or I kind of always think of the Queen of Wands as a bit of a diva. She thinks very highly of herself. She's got a lot of confidence. So to be at one with the Force, it's definitely confidence, definitely comes to mind, definitely doing whatever you can to increase your confidence, and sometimes that is seeking feedback, even negative feedback. I know it can feel like it does the opposite of boost your confidence, but that feedback is bad. If you really truly want to improve, then knowing that will help you down that path. So it'll help you get better and better, and as you improve, as you get better, your confidence will increase with that. So there is this sort of social aspect to this card, being around people, asking for their input, or enjoying the company. Like, if you've been a bit of a loner recently, then it's time to get out there and mingle with people, socialize. I know that's hard in sort of our social distancing world that we're living in right now, but if there's any way that you can reach out, join join an online group, or whether, maybe it's a support group, maybe it's an interest group, maybe it's planning a party for the future, maybe it's some kind of event planning, but definitely it involves other people for sure. So whether they're partners or an audience, or I like staying to myself. Yeah. There's some kind of benefit for you though by pushing yourself to be a bit more social. Somehow putting yourself out there. Maybe it's not, physical people. I don't know if you're an artist, she's a performer. So if you're an artist, it's like doing that, pushing yourself to get your art seen, whether it's music or writing or painting or whatever it is for you. It's being seen by people and getting feedback and I don't know. That could be your audience. You don't necessarily have to go physically be with people, but you can use the internet as your platform to be seen. But you need to be seen. Okay. How are we for time? Oh, it's 4:30. So if I don't know, we can do a last call. Is there anybody else out there who wants a reading? Let me know. Yes. Eloise, let's roll for you again. Do you remember what number you had before, just so I don't double it up? It's only a 1 in 10 chance we'll do that, but got the number 3. 3 for you, Eloise. Let's see, what was number 3? That was, what do you need to exterminate? Pokemon. She got 3. You got 3 again. Okay. I'm gonna re-roll so you don't get 3 twice. Let's try 0. You got our first 0. Okay, so you're actually gonna get 2 cards this time. That is 0 again. Okay, 5. So the first one we'll pull is Expecto Patronum. How can you strength to be resilient and positive? That will be from the Justice League. Okay, let me pull that card first before. I forget. Okay. The Lovers. I love the Lovers card. Okay, so we have Hawkman and Hawkgirl representing the Lovers. How could you be resilient and positive? Well, it could refer to a romantic relationship, something that's stable, something that's you're fully committed to, something that's long lasting. So here we have all the incarnations, starting with the Egyptians and the archaeologists, and then the superheroes up here. So it could be drawing strength from your relationship if you're married or in a long-term relationship. It could also be about unity. So the Lovers are about non-duality. They're in a traditional card, you would see sort of this Adam and Eve figure. One figure, Eve, stands in front of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and Adam stands in front of the tree of immortal life. And there's an angel above sort of warning them that Satan is afoot in the garden, so they still have their innocence. They're still living in paradise. So paradise represents non-duality. So it's the card of unity, non-duality. So non-duality versus duality. So when we see the world from a dualistic perspective, we start to classify things, we start to divide, we start to see good and evil, right? So they eat from the fruit. They start to see man and woman are different. Good and evil is different. All these sort of things that we sort of say this one is good and this one is bad. You know, black and white. Everything fits either. They're opposites. We see them as opposites, and we tend to see one good and one bad, right? Whereas when we look at the world through a lens of non-duality, we see that everything is part of a whole, that one can't exist without the other, that things work in unison, they create a whole. they're not divided. So when we start to divide things, we start to see us and them. We start to see, and of course, when we see us and them, us is always better, which means they are worse. They are the enemy, right? So it starts to go down this negative path. So you want to start unifying things. Yeah. So your question was, how can you draw this strength? Is that what it was? 5, right? Yeah. Expecto patronum. How can you draw the strength to be resilient and positive? 1, if you're in a committed relationship, then definitely you can draw the strength from your partner. If not, then it's definitely about seeing the world through that non-dualistic lens, seeing how everything is part of a greater whole, that one can't exist without the other, that we're all made of the same stuff. Right? Okay, I hope that makes sense. I hope I said that right. Okay. I thought there was somebody else who, Jacqueline. Yeah, Jacqueline, you wanted a reading. And Fa. Yes, you can be added to the list, of course. Jacqueline, so the way we're reading the cards today, there's a description. Read the description in the video because it's kind of long. But how this works is you get to choose one of 3 questions, which are listed above, and then you get to pick one of 3 decks. Or you can roll the dice and let the dice decide for you. And same with Fa F, that's how it works. So whichever one of you responds first, I will read for you. Eloise says, thanks, speaks to me about you. Awesome. Yes. Yes, unity, seeing things as a greater whole rather than their separate parts. Finding the connection, the similarities, instead of the differences. Jacqueline says, roll the dice. Okay, so when we roll the dice, the question and the deck gets chosen for you. So maybe you'll get question 2. Let's find out. Question 3. Okay, so we drew number 3, or we rolled number 3 rather. Dalek invasion was something you can exterminate from your life, and we are using the Pokemon Tarot deck. What can you exterminate from your life that will help you move forward? So this thing is either creating a barrier, or it's holding you back, or it's slowing you down. What can you exterminate that will help you move forward? And we have the Queen of Wands. We have this card again. It's the same card that Zatanna was in the Justice League deck, Queen of Wands. So this might be either it's a person in your life that you need to maybe set boundaries with, or maybe just walk away from altogether. I'm not sure. Or it can be asking you that this aspect of your personality is creating barriers for you. So this person is somebody who is very confident, very sure of themselves, definitely someone who likes to be in the spotlight, likes to have attention, yes, loves to have attention, loves to be in the spotlight. They can be a highly creative individual, so somebody like people who like to be in the spotlight, like actors, performers, musicians, anybody like that. It's that kind of personality. Someone who's very social. So if you were on this person's bad side, they would be very prone to like gossip and sort of social destruction, like if that would be like the really bad, nasty side. It's sort of like Mean Girl, kind of. But, you know, they have good aspects too. So, you know, someone who likes to party, someone who loves to have a good time, someone's up for action and adventure, someone who's very social, probably very extroverted. So I don't know. So I feel like, you know what keeps coming in mind is I just hear the word like loud. Like this person is very loud. Like they have to have the last word, or they're very argumentative, or they love to like make a scene. I don't know. It's like there's a lot of fiery, passionate energy with this character. So I don't know, like, and a fire. So I kind of think of like easily like prone to anger. So I don't know if that's you, and that part of you needs to kind of be toned down or brought into control, or there's someone in your life who is like that is just causing problems, and it's either time you need to set boundaries or just step back altogether. Okay. Jacqueline says, I nailed it. Thank you. That's awesome. Okay. Okay. Fa F. As I said, okay. So the questions are already set. I'm not like taking requests for questions. You can choose one of 3 questions. But I'd like to add, if anybody, because I know a few of you have had specific questions that aren't listed in the description, you can always go to my website. It's alisonspokes.ca, and you can purchase a reading from me, and I'd be happy to read for you either through video chat, or I can send you an email and you'll get a PDF with all the photos of the cards. And I do my reading services online. So you know, we don't have to have contact, we don't have to touch, but we can chat through video chat if you want to have that dialogue, or just tell me what, you know, if it's the information that you value the most, then we can do it by email. I'll pull some cards for you. I'll give you a lovely write-up that you can refer back to for as long as you want to hold on to it. And the pictures of the cards will be included in that email. So that is a service I offer. But otherwise, today, for the purpose of this nerdy reading demo, the questions are already preset. So I could roll the dice for you, or you can choose one of the 3 questions that I'm answering for people today. Okay, let's let the dice decide. Okay, Fa Af, this is for you. All right, number 7. I don't think we've had a 7 yet today. So 7 is One with the Force, Harry Potter deck. Okay. So, you know, this question covers a lot of stuff. So it could apply to your own specific question anyway. And the question is, you know, what is something you can do today that will align you with your purpose and highest good? So, you know, in other words, how can you be at one with the Force? Okay, so we have the 5 of Wands. How can you be at one with the Force? What is an action you can take today? And so what we see here is the Whomping Willow. So it's hard to see, but there is the Weasley's flying car stuck in the Whomping Willow, and the word down below is conflict. So something to do with conflict that will put you in alignment with your highest good. So sometimes what we want isn't what we need. So remember that. Sometimes the universe has better things in mind. Okay, so I see this either as, okay, it depends, you know, see, if I was reading to you face to face, I would ask you something like, are you, at odds with someone right now? Like, is there someone in your life that you are in conflict with or fighting with? Because maybe it's time to open up, like, be a better communicator, put the weapons down, stop trying to knock the other person down in order to build yourself up. That would be one thing I would say that would put you in alignment with your highest good. Yeah, how did I say that? Do you really want to knock someone else down in order to make you feel better? Is that what you want? Or do you want to resolve this solution? Do you want a solution? Because if you want a solution, then you gotta like stop swinging and you gotta start listening. So that's something that would put you in alignment with your highest good. The other option is that maybe you're not speaking up for yourself enough. That maybe you have to stop being afraid of conflict and confrontation and have the courage to confront and to face that. Not conflict, distance, but silence is as harsh as conflict, right? Okay, so distance and silence is your issue. I mean, that's kind of a passive aggressive way of fighting, right? If you're trying to punish, I don't know if this is like a relationship question, but if both of you are trying to punish the other person, that's probably not going to that's not going to resolve anything. So you want to put your weapons down and you want to start focusing on a solution and get on the same page, because the Five of Wands is also about communication. Otherwise it's just chaos and destruction and fighting. You want to start building something instead of tearing something down. Okay, so I hope that helps. And Candace, okay, Candace coin. I'm assuming we're rolling the dice. I didn't see her comment. If I missed it, I apologize. Norm, do you want to chime in? I can roll a dice for Candace. That works. Hello, Rach. I'm gonna assume that's Rach. Is that short for Rachel? So too scared of confrontation. So, it could be a little bit of both. It could be, oh, hi Candace, there she is. Okay, yes for the roll. Sorry if I missed you, I didn't see the comment, but I will roll for you right now. But yeah, if you're using silence as a punishment, you gotta put that weapon away and not be afraid of confrontation and be open, communicate openly. So that was for the last F. Okay, now for Candace. Oh, Candace, you got a 0. So I'm gonna roll, you get 2 cards then. So I will, okay, the first card is 8. So Expecto Patronum Harry Potter. You draw the strength to be resilient and positive. We got the Chariot again. So the Chariot is symbolized here by the Hogwarts Express, which carries all the students off to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. So to me, this says, hold on tight, adventure awaits, know your destination, be really clear on where you're going, and willpower. It will require willpower. So if you think of this as an actual chariot, hold on to the reins and make sure that you are steering. Otherwise, those horses are gonna veer off in whatever direction they want to go, and it will likely lead to a crash. So perseverance, willpower, and self-control are key here. So if you want to be resilient and positive, know where you're going, focus on the destination, hold on tight, stay in control and draw as much willpower as you can so that you can persevere and accomplish your goal. So I'm going to roll for you again since your first number was 0. And the second roll is a 5. Which is the same question, different dice. Okay, so or different deck. I'm going to roll again. Okay, 9. Okay, so we're gonna stick with the Harry Potter deck and we're gonna go to what do you need to exterminate? So we have the 7 of Cups, and the word is illusion. And these cups are Professor Trelawney's tea cups for tea leaf reading. So she's the one that prophesized, the whole Voldemort Harry prophecy, which is why Dumbledore took her into Hogwarts School and protected her because she was very vulnerable. She was the professor of divination. So illusion is the key word here. So what do you need to exterminate? It could be... So again, it's the card about separating fantasy from reality. So if your head is in the clouds, or you're dreaming maybe a little too big, it's not realistic, come back down to reality. Make sure your feet are on the ground and your head isn't in the clouds. Make sure that you're not being disillusioned by other word there is other than fantasies. Your first card was about willpower and knowing your destination. Trying to think if it's either like one step at a time, maybe breaking down your goals into smaller steps, because otherwise it doesn't matter how much willpower you put into it. If the destination is out of reach, you're never gonna get there. So your efforts and your energy, all that steam power is kind of wasted, right? So make sure that you have a plan, that your plan is realistic. And what else do I want to say? I don't know. I think that's it. I hope that makes sense to you. If you have questions, let me know. Maybe I can elaborate. Okay. So we're nearly at 5 o'clock, or the destination is unclear. It could be that the destination is unclear, so maybe that you need to find a way to figure that out. Otherwise, you're kind of off in the clouds. So, what could you do? Set measurable goals. I feel like a dream with a measurable goal, with a deadline becomes a goal. So dream with a deadline becomes a goal, and then a goal broken down into steps becomes a plan, and a plan put into action becomes reality. So I'll leave you with that, and I'll do one more reading. Rach is watching from Sydney, Australia. Hi. Would love guidance on current situation. Okay, well, we could do, in that case, I would recommend 1 with the Force. So what action can you take today that will align you with your purpose and highest good? Which deck would you like me to use, Rach? I have Pokemon Tarot, the Justice League Tarot, and Harry Potter Tarot.
Hey, man. Hello?
Rach, if you're still there, leave me a comment and I'll pull a card for you. Otherwise, we're like coming to the end. It's almost 5 o'clock and we're gonna wrap it up. Surprise me. I'm going to pick, let's do Pokemon. We haven't done a whole lot of Pokemon. So, Star Wars and Pokemon. Okay, this one wants to come out. What card is this? Queen of Cups. So what action can you take today that will align you with your purpose and highest good? Well, the Queen of Cups, I believe this Pokemon is Marina. I think that's what I'm saying, if I'm saying that correctly. Marina, and then we have Vaporeon here at the bottom. And so a lot of water Pokemon. So water is the element of emotions and intuition and feelings. So get in alignment with your feelings. The queen is very mature. So she's mastered her feelings. She's in total control of her feelings, but she also doesn't deny them either. She acknowledges them, she feels them, she lets them through. She's also very compassionate and caring towards others. So she has great empathy for other people. In fact, she can also be very protective of other people that she cares deeply about, because she's very in tune with her emotions and she cares so deeply for other people. But remember, she's mastered her emotions at the same time. So she does it in a very mature sense. So what action can you take today that will align you with your purpose and highest good? I would say you need to become more like the Queen of Cups, or those aspects of your personality will be your greatest asset at present. So utilize those personality, that part of your personality where you're very compassionate, kind, empathetic, caring, someone who's very nurturing, very loving, would take care of others, whether it's children or elderly or the sick, where you're helping people in some way. It makes you feel good to help others or take care of others or nurture others. I hope that makes sense to you. Otherwise, if it's internal, then it would just be getting in touch with your own emotions, mastering your own emotions, being comfortable with your own emotions, but not losing control of them. Emotions get out of control and overwhelm. Just trying to think. Yeah, I don't know what advice to give you there. Something that will help. Yeah, I don't know. Have you, maybe some kind of counseling or therapist can help you master those emotions in some way if you're struggling to do that yourself. She might be somebody out there who, someone in your life that might help you with that, someone who can be a guide, a teacher, a counselor for you. So seeking out an individual like this might help you go down the right path. So I hope that helped, or that was insightful in some way. I want to thank everybody for joining me today. I enjoyed doing all these readings. I will be available in the fall. I'll be in Prince George for Northern FanCon in the fall. Like I said, if there was any unanswered questions out there, you can always reach me online. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, or go to my website. I'd love to pull some cards for you. I've got many more pop culture decks, like Lord of the Rings, Alice in Wonderland, Game of Thrones Tarot, Legend of Zelda Tarot, and many more. So those are all the options will be there if you want to purchase a reading from me. I'd be happy to answer your specific questions. I can even tailor. If there's nothing in my menu that appeals to you, just reach out, inquire. I can give you a custom quote and a custom reading just for you. Otherwise, we'll see you in September. Thank you guys so much. And until next time, stay shiny and keep sparkling. Bye.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Norm. Hello, team.
Finally,
Hello,
can you hear
everyone.
me?
I can hear you. In fact, they can all hear you.
Good.
And
Are we
let me
live?
switch up. We are live right now.
Paul, are we
And let me-
live?
I think we're live. Are we live? I think we're live.
Paul is muted. Tegan, hey, bud.
Yeah, we're live. We're totally live.
Oh, perfect.
Let me just clean out the image. But Norm, I want to say thank you to that last panel there. You got really involved in that one there.
I was loving it. I feel that stuff is so compelling, and thank you so much for Allison for doing that for us. That's like,
yeah, thank you, Allison.
That was great. I actually, watching it, I was like, I feel like that there's potentially a television show in here somewhere.
Right.
I feel like you could actually take someone out who is like a legit card reader and read for different, celebrities or political figures, or like if you could actually map that out, that it's someone who has, like a certain level of influence or fame. I think it would be really interesting to see how that play out. I mean, obviously for anyone that stuff is super interesting, but I think that in particular would actually make it.
So the beautiful thing about tarot, because I've read for a really long time, is like you have the ability of having free will to take the advice or not. It's not necessarily just fortune telling. So it's a good way to gauge what could potentially come, and you have that option to, take road A or B.
Yeah.
A little bit of helpful advice, so to speak.
Hey, look at this guy.
Hey, popping in last minute. How's it going?
It's going great, man. How you doing?
Man, not too bad. A lot of sunshine this weekend. Tried to enjoy it while I could.
Well, since you haven't been around for the weekend, I know you've been on the chat and in the channels and everything, but for those who don't know you, introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Tegan O'Carroll. I've been with FanCon since 2015, I believe, since the start. And
since year one.
Yeah, I mean, I was just helping pack gift bags back then, but at the moment, I am the director of volunteer services. So I help all the yellow shirts you'll see running around and some of the red shirts, and just make sure everything's going smooth and help anybody if they need a hand.
You're the perfect guy for that.
Exactly. If you see me around, talk to me, say hi, and let me know if you have any issues, and I'll see what I can whip up.
Nice.
You are, you know what? You're one of the OGs. You are very much a part of this since the beginning, and so I mean, like, we appreciate you so much. And dude, you are one of the most positive people I have ever met in my entire life, and that is saying a lot because I meet a lot of positive people, but you are like upper echelon positive, and
I appreciate that.
Deep admiration for that kind of positivity.
Yeah, I just like to help out where I can. It's nice to help out events like this, and when you see people that have all the dreams and the know-how and trying to stitch it together, it's nice to be able to lend a hand whenever you can.
Absolutely, buddy.
And just so you know, too, Allison is in the chat right now and just said thank you to everybody and had fun with the readings.
Awesome.
She's amazing. Absolutely amazing. But I think she could have predicted that.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Oh, and here we go. We got another one joining us right now. Live, the
Who
crew is
it?
growing.
I'm dying to figure out who it is. Oh my God, it's Denise Crosby.
Nice! I thought it was another Jason David Frank.
Yeah. It's funny because Candace asked me, she's like, how come there were so many Jason David Franks on your Bob Bloomer panel? And that was totally my fault. Just, Leah, did you catch that? That was completely my fault.
I was watching it on TV there. Yeah, it was
On
good.
the TV.
I was, because you can put apps onto your smart TVs now. So
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
feel lazy yesterday.
I forgot. Actually, I play tricks on my mother-in-law sometimes, where I will stream whatever on my phone to her TV, just randomly. Yeah. And I was like, oh man, I should be actually streaming this stuff that we're doing to her TV today. But it's Mother's Day, and they were out and about and all that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, try not to pull any pranks on that day. It's a bad idea.
Yeah. Can't do the pranks on Mother's Day.
No.
But you just gotta leave it till like 6 p.m.
Yeah, right. Till the statute of limitations is up. Yes.
Exactly.
Huge thank you to our friends at Trench Brewing and Barkerville Brewing for the product sponsorships of this weekend.
Yep, it's been very tasty. Thank you so much, you guys.
Yes, I mean, and those guys are like, as I'd mentioned, they're stalwart supporters of FanCon. We've grown to love them more and more every drink.
Thanks for making us interesting.
Well, some of us.
Oh.
Them.
Anyways.
Anyways, this is like the recap show. This is the Chris Hardwick segment of the convention. So maybe let's just go around. Tegan, have you had a chance to watch any of the streams?
I've been in and out. I've had it on my laptop for a while, and I'd come and sit down for a bit, like watching some of the cosplayers talk about what they were doing, and I popped in for Jason David Frank for a bit, but I'd always get dragged away by something going outside, or I think some of my garbage got flung around the yard by the wind, so in and out.
That's all good. And you know what? I'll tell you what. I am a big fan of garbage being flung by the wind as well. So every time it's doing that outside, I'll drop what I'm doing and head out there too.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Just head in and out, go for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Don't judge.
Chris, you've been one of the voices of FanCon this weekend. As always, you are very much a voice of FanCon. What have been a couple of the highlights for you for this weekend?
Well, I ran 3 roundtables, and so those were fun. I did the vendor roundtable. I did a table with Jeremy Simpson, and I did the cage fighter one, and that was great. Talking to Christian and the producers there was really, really cool. And I sat in on the Alicia Witt and the Denise Crosby ones. Those were fun.
Yeah. So highlights for what was one of the kind of funny stories, takeaways? What was one of your favorites from the vendors roundtable?
Just some of the small accounts. Like I said, I don't have any personal specific takeaways because I was so paranoid on the formula, making sure the whole thing was done correctly. I was almost like, just don't screw up, just making sure everyone's engaged, everyone gets a volunteer, and then just trying to make sure everyone gets a voice in so no one gets excluded.
Dude, you were a champ. That was so well done. Because it's not easy to manage. Like, how many people were on that, Paul? Like 8, 9 people?
Yeah, there were about 9 people.
Yeah, like unbelievable. You did the rounds. It was very much a round table.
I was gonna say,
like King Arthur.
He was reaching out to me after everyone too, and saying like, how was it? And I was like, you did phenomenal. You mentioned the guests before every single time, so they were ready, they were engaged, the conversation was flowing, there was no real dead spots in there at all. And I can't imagine having that many people trying to keep them going for the entire 45. I think you could have got another half an hour on each one of those. So you did a phenomenal job.
That one was actually a full hour, and then Jeremy and the cage fighters were both 40-45 minutes each.
Yeah.
Right. I probably could have kept the cage fighter one going. I didn't actually ask them about how they shot the fights themselves. We were kind of going around the production and not talking about the specific filming itself. So I could have gone on for another few minutes, but it was one of those situations where I didn't want to overstay my welcome.
Both, I mean, like they were all amazing. Like Jeremy Simpson, like that was super. Like that and Cage Fighter, of course, both were super compelling. But I find Jeremy Simpson super fascinating. Like his what he does is not like. How many people do you know that are storyboard artists?
Yeah, that's their primary income.
Yeah, and then the fact that this guy is like a star on the Vancouver Murder, like the roller derby team.
Yeah, you pick up on some of these things and like, okay, what is this person going to want to talk about? Because I remember, and this was something about, this is not why I was making jokes about Denise Crosby with you before the whole thing. Because unfortunately, my Q&A with Denise Crosby at the Kelowna show is not available. It was not recorded, unfortunately, to my knowledge.
Which is a tragedy.
Oh yeah, because that was one where Brent Marshall dropped off a bottle of wine. We got 2 glasses from the bar. We both sat, we pushed the table away, so we moved our 2 chairs forward, and we went through that entire bottle over the course of a half an hour. And I remember I was always filling up little bits, and then and then I would fill up Denise's all the way to the brim, and she would just like, and she only had 3 glasses, but they were 3 big glasses. And so we went through the whole thing, and I remember I had this exhaustive list of notes, and there was actually one point where I asked her a question. She's like, "How do you know that?" And I was like, "Notes." But so it's one of those things. That's why with the Zoom, I could have the camera's right here, and I have all my notes right here, and I have the screen right there, and I can just go like this and stare at my notes and going, yeah, okay, sure, yeah, that's right, absolutely. And I'm looking at highlighting my next question and going, okay, who's I have my list. Okay, break it up. 1, 2, 3. No, go back to 3. Go back to 4. Go back to Christian. Okay, who hasn't said something? Okay, Cameron hasn't said something. Let's bounce back to Cameron. Let's make sure. Get everyone involved to make sure that it's not going to be a one-trick pony show. And thankfully, with the round table, with the vendors, most of them are like, yeah, that was fun. Okay, there's 7 other people. Someone's going to say something that's going to be interesting. When you get the Simser, you're like, okay, let's going to twist this up, let him go, and I'm going to sit back and let him talk. And it's like, okay, I was 5 minutes. Next question. Let's just keep going, because let him talk, right? And that was it was fun bringing up things I knew about storyboarding because of our own experiences. And I knew several kind of in-story accounts about, Ridley Scott doing his own storyboards, and this very, very famous, probably, as he said, and you could see Jeremy kind of lighting up when we were talking about it. There's a holy grail of storyboard artists, right? If you guys know anything about storyboard art, most of the time storyboards get seen by a dozen people and it never gets seen outside. So no matter how much work you're putting into a storyboard, it's never going to get into mass distribution. So you put whatever work is required, but unless it's Star Wars or Ridley Scott's Ridley Grams, you're never going to see it outside of the film production. And there is a very famous, probably the most famous film that never got made, which is Jodorowsky's Dune, which is a film from the 70s. And it had a production budget of $3 or $4 million, and the film production collapsed. And the only thing that production has going for it, the only thing that survived, other than the accounts of the people, is not beer, is the storyboard book of the movie.
Yeah.
It's 1,000 pages. It's about this big, and all the storyboards were done by Mobius, one of the most famous comic book artists in the world. And it's interlaced with these massive original color images by H.R. Giger and Chris Foss, to the point that people say that this storyboard book costs itself about $1 million. That's how much this book costs.
Does someone own it?
Well, Jodorowsky owns it because there's only 2 copies in existence. And no one thought of potentially grabbing these and mass producing them because it's 1,000 pages. How would you do it?
And he's still alive?
He's still alive. The funny thing is he took that story and then he went with Mobius and they created the Inkle, which is a very famous French comic book that Jodorowsky wrote. But the original Dune, Jodorowsky's Dune, and there's a whole movie about the making of it, and the making of that book. It's not the making of that movie. I've
seen the documentary.
It's the making of that book. So I knew I could bring that up, and seeing Jeremy's kind of light up and go, yeah, that's the Holy Grail. Yeah. I would love to have had that book in my hand to see this piece of history that is kind of this icon, like the most expensive storyboard book ever made.
Yeah, fascinating guy. Leah.
Yeah.
Or as you're known in the realm of anywhere, Little Leah.
That's so old school, and I know you're an old school person if you refer to me as that.
I also listen to Books on Tape.
I giggled every time Books on Tape came up because there were a few people that actually said that. It's like telling your kids to hang up the phone and they don't understand what's happening, right?
Just dial in. So what about you? I mean, you also had, we spread it around pretty good. We all took a few interviews.
Some of us got thrown in a couple different places too.
Yeah, what were some highlights for you?
Oh, well, I mean, I enjoyed absolutely every opportunity that you gave me. So thank you very much, you guys. I loved our time with Sky Borgman. And that's something that we didn't really get to touch on. Sorry, there's a bug. Hey guys. Hey, viewers. That we didn't really touch on.
Hey, John Landis.
Hey, we could do the wave.
Hey, can we? Okay, wait. We got to do it in sequence, though. You ready?
Oh, Norm messed up.
No, I gotta do it first. So I
think it depends on whose camera.
I don't think we're all on the same way.
If you look online, if I look on the stream, It's
Chris,
Paul, it's
you
Norm,
start.
it's Leah, it's Tegan, and it's me.
No,
Okay,
mine's
then the other way around.
me, Paul, Leah, Tegan,
Yeah,
you.
but if you look on the stream, the stream
Yes.
is Paul, Norm, Leah, Tegan, and me.
Okay, so Paul, you go first, and then I'll wave.
Okay, so it's me, then Norm, then Leah, then Tegan, then Chris. Okay, got it.
Okay, ready?
1, 2, 3. Hey, we're dorks.
All right. So sorry,
Leah,
back
continue.
to you, Leah. So Sky was definitely, and that was great. She's such a giving interview.
And that's something that like we didn't really mention, and it's like all the other opportunities that actually come from FanCon and the relationships that you've made. You know, like I get to do pitch decks for Sky Borgman when she reaches out to me, and that's directly because of FanCon. So to talk to her in this, like, you know, what she really does, it was awesome. And then also too, like I had so much fun on the Wicked Ways panel. Like I'm just so comfortable with all of those people, and like all of us here, we're all out on that shoot together, and we all have different types of memories. So like, yeah, those were really, really fun. And then checking in with Ming, I haven't seen him in a couple years. I wasn't supposed to be on that panel, and you threw me in there, and I was like, hey guys. Thank you.
I missed that one you invited me to. It's too bad. I regret that.
I was really impressed by all the panels and trying to juggle having multiple people on there. Like, it never seemed like anybody wasn't getting their chance to speak, and then the back and forths for the one-on-ones were always really impressive.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like every single panel was very well balanced.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, Chris was a champ. Like, honestly, I was like, I don't even know how this vendor roundtable is going to be, how it will go. But I was like, if anybody could pull it off, I thought that Chris could. So that was really great. Yeah, and like all of it, like I feel like the ones that I was on with James, I would ask a few questions, he would ask a few questions. You know, like and the parts where I kind of fell short, where maybe I didn't have as much particular cinematic appreciation for or film centric appreciation of that individual person. He would whoa! What was that you're drinking there, fella?
Soda pop.
Well, next
Trenches,
time,
soda
just so
pop.
you know,
That's
if
not
you're
allowed
on this stream,
I'm trying to hide the labels.
It's just a really
Wrong
big trenches.
brands.
anyways.
Product shot.
But I think that there was a lot of sharing. Like it speaks to the core of the community for FanCon is it's all about sharing, it's all about giving, it's all about empowering and being inclusive. Right? So that's, I think that
Here's my lovely assistant.
Hey!
Hey!
Why, thank you.
Have for them, Vanna.
That is product placement.
And actually, hold those up, Chris.
Trudge Brewing.
I loved yours. Oh, look at that. You've actually assembled them into like variety packs.
Yeah, exactly.
I
When
was
you want to get drunk and you can't afford a 6-pack, get a 4-pack of Trudge Brewing. that was one of them.
Their sugar bowl is, to me, the darling of FanCon from home on Trench's side. But I have to be honest. For Barkerville, there is no other belle of the ball than Wandering Camel IPA. That's all. That's all, folks. But that's not all. Paul, what about you?
Yeah.
What are some of your highlights? What were you loving during the weekend? Other than just juggling about like 50 people and taking a bunch of abrasive emails and messages from people you don't even know.
Yeah, there was a lot of messages of do it now, do it now, do it now, but that was actually, it was kind of fun. I enjoyed it. No, it's the thing I love about this more than any other convention I've ever been to, and I've been going to conventions since I was in grade 9, which was a few years ago, was the fact that I had a chance to partake in every single panel. And that's always the thing, is that when you go to conventions, you're kind of looking at the calendar and the schedule and you're trying to decide, can I make it to this or can I make it to that, or is it going to be a 3-hour lineup to get to this one? And I got to see so many personalities and so many people that I would never have normally made time to go to necessarily, because it would either be conflicting with something else or whatever, you know, there's photo opportunities going on or wanting to see the vendors. So that's one thing I definitely take away, is that seeing Sky Boardman and Alicia Witt and Lisa Swanson and Tina, like on the first day, I was like, I've just seen more panels than I did my last 2 conventions combined, which I loved. As far as takeaways, I mean, I think also, as we already said, Wicked Ways was awesome. Realizing that it was a year ago that all of us were together, some of us meeting for the very first time, and actually getting a chance to work together and see all the different things we bring to the table, and then have that sort of family anniversary party was fantastic. And seeing the little trailer teaser, that just kind of reinvigorated me. And definitely seeing Ming and Ivy and having the fact of the announcement of Festies, which is absolutely phenomenal. That was, I
That's some
mean,
kind of show.
yeah. Apparently that's some sort of show. Well, but yeah, no, and I mean that was just one day, and then the second day the energy just kind of kept on going and going and going. Like there was so many moments, and I could go on, but I honestly just want to say thank you to all of you. I mean this is year 6 and my first official year from being on this side of it, and what a roller coaster. That was absolutely amazing. And actually the one other thing I would say, and this is a bit of a pop, but all the people in the communities, whether they jumped on Facebook, which they've always supported us on, whether they've jumped on YouTube, which they're starting to support us on, or Twitch, which we just got a couple of days ago, and you've been throwing questions at us, we've been throwing them to the hosts and throwing them to the guests, and you've been interacting like crazy. That was a highlight to see that first and foremost, and actually be able to make those connections for everyone. That was truly fantastic.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what. It sucks that we couldn't all be physically together, but this has been a pretty epic, get together. Like, the fact that we've been able to talk to so many of these folks, the fact that we could actually call these people and ask them to join us, and they were like, of course, what do you need? That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I'm so grateful to have all you guys, we're all a team on this. It just makes me feel like we didn't miss FanCon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I hope that that's what everybody else feels. It's like we didn't miss FanCon. It's changed. We had to pivot, but there was still, like, that's why I'm asking these questions. It's still full of moments.
Yeah.
And that's what the hard currency of the convention is. For me, I can't help it. I gushed and gushed over Rachel Talalay. I adore her. The fact that at the end of the interview, as we were wrapping up, she's like, well, I want to know what the doctor's case is. And it's just like, what? And then it's like, well, no, we don't need to talk about time. And the doctor's case. And it occurred to me after the fact that I'm like, it's probably because she was thinking that it had something to do with Doctor Who. But I don't care. I don't care. We'll take it. Right after that, we sent her a link to the doctor's case and some information about Barkerville and all that kind of stuff. But it was quite literally a love fest, right? Like, I mean, everybody was so happy to be with us. We were all happy to be with us, and yeah, man, it's so special. I can't thank you guys all so much enough for how well this has gone.
I also want to thank a couple of other people really quick too. Is also to Jared Breaks for giving us the music that we used in the interludes there. People like Christos as well too, who was getting us photos and videos and things like that you saw in the fillers. Also a big shout out. It's been a long time, and it'll be a 1-year anniversary from when we get to September, but everyone who jumped on the Kickstarter, believed in this project, kept it going, kept it alive. All the vendors who have jumped on there, who are just waiting to be able to bring their booths back to life. We have put a bunch of you on the site. We're going to be rehauling the site this week and putting up. But honestly, every single one of you, even if we didn't mention your name, trust me, we're thinking about you. And we've got many meetings coming up this week to follow up and see what the future looks like. But thank you, everyone who has kept this alive. And Norm, thank you for bringing this group together and allowing us the opportunity to, help follow the dream in which you created.
Oh, I love you guys. This is like, I'm so beyond the moon grateful, seriously, that we're all together. A couple other guys, James Douglas. James obviously was like a key part of like a few of the interviews. And I mean, like, he's very near and dear to my heart. We've been collaborating for years and years, but James, James doesn't have like a lot of pockets of time. He's juggling his Barkerville stuff right now. Obviously, he's got his family, and for him to commit the amount of time that he committed for this, I love that guy so much. Also, I forgot to mention it in the interview with Veronica Taylor, but Veronica Taylor was one of our Kickstarter pledgers. Like, she supported the Kickstarter.
Really?
Actually, and now that I'm saying that, I'm pretty sure Leanna Vamp was, and
Yes.
Leanna and Cameron were as well.
That's
so
right.
I mean, like, it's not just these people are, you know, someone we book. These are people that we have built friendships with. We are doing projects with, you know, and I think we're lucky all around. Like, we have very much built this community, and we sustain this community. And so this stream has been just a gift, I think, all weekend long.
Can I say something, Norm? Like, I don't think a lot of people realize, they may or may not looking from the outside in, but you started this, you did this, but you were one of like the greatest people, because like something fantastic will happen to you and you'll always be the guy that says, this is going to be great for us. And that's kind of like, no one that we work with together in this group has an ego and is like, this is about me and this is going to make me awesome. It's always like what we can do as a collective together to make something fantastic to put out into the world. So I want to thank you for always bringing me along for absolutely everything you do. And I will always, like, I'll cut a bitch for you, Norm Coyne.
Oh yeah, we'll all bury bodies for Norm.
I love it. I love it.
Well, you're so extroverted, Norm, that you insist on always taking someone with you on everything. So you always try to share. You never want to be on stage alone, kind of thing. Unless, of course, you're accepting an award, in which case, you know, you can be up there by yourself. It's all right.
But I'll thank you.
Yeah, exactly. You'll thank us, yeah.
It's very much true, though. I honestly, like, to me, when I think about the success of like FanCon or Barker Street Cinema or any of these films, it's about us all building and growing together. So I love that you guys are all part of it. This is like, this is the fabric of success moving forward, and I love you guys so much.
It's a real sense of community, just talking to everybody in the group, and whenever we're even months before the event talking about getting everyone together or meetings, it's not really a business sense. It's not just like, oh, let's get this ready for the event. It's, hey, how are you? Let's try to get this done. We'll get sidetracked by conversations for an hour and then be left till next meeting. But it's always really nice to reconnect with everybody. And there's never a moment where I'm like, I got to work with this guy. The whole crew's just lovely.
Yeah.
And I think actually one thing I forgot too, and this is the problem with mentioning anybody, because then you feel like if you forget anybody, you feel bad. But also all the volunteers, I saw a bunch of volunteers logging into the chat as well too, and actually using that FanCon from home hashtag on their site. So that's awesome and amazing. And of course, I joked with Norm about it, but we also got to thank Mr. FanCon, our official mascot,
Mark Muir.
Right?
Mark Muir.
Okay, so Mark, I realized
the artist's favorite convention on the Citadel.
Let me tell you sort of a funny and actually probably very unexpected story about Mark Muir from yesterday. And Paul, in the meantime, James is back, and can you connect with him just on a link?
Yeah, sure.
But sort of a funny, crazy story. I thought I said to Mark that he would be hosting yesterday. And so I was like, hey man, you know what? Like, Leah's gonna be there to help, and you know what? Like, she'll co-host a bit, and she'll be leaning on you for questions, and you know, like she's filling in kind of thing. And he's like, yeah, man, no problem. And then I watched, like, I was watching the first part because I couldn't be there, and he's like, hey, he's like, wait a minute, am I hosting this thing? And I was like, oh my God. And I looked back through our texts.
Okay, and guys, give me half a second. Hold that thought, because our internet just cut out. So the last 10 seconds about talking about Mark.
Hey, Chris.
Feel free to throw it back in there again. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much it. So we should be back right now.
It's like the old police squad shows. Whenever
Yeah,
they would freeze frame, it's not a freeze frame. It's just the actors holding still. I also love the fact that, like, for my subtitle is my company name. Paul's is the actual organization. Norm Coin has a full name. Tegan has a full name. Leah is a solitary name like Seal, apparently.
So, no, my favorite.
Unnamed people you could pick.
My favorite.
Okay,
my,
Moses. Let me get better.
Madonna, all of them.
Madonna, Moses, Leah,
Beyonce.
There we go.
So one of my favorite pieces of the entire weekend is when I actually sabotaged the whole thing and everyone was Jason David Frank.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. He seems like a very handsome man.
He's great, man. He's really great.
I just didn't want to interview him because I didn't have enough. I was just like, you need somebody who, like, I know Jeremy, so I knew how to engage Jeremy, but I'm like, you offer me a Jason Frank, like, I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, so I heard you're the Green Power Ranger. What's that like? Okay, well.
and honestly, like so it's funny though because he didn't even really need someone, you know, like he's like that guy is such a stone cold pro that he just like he
Smith, you ask one question and you step back.
Yeah. And JD was really gracious and I think that was actually kind of special for JD. And JD has helped us out a lot. He's like he did the trivia the one year with Garrett Wong. He's done some cosplay stuff, so he's very much a part of the fabric of FanCon. So I think that was actually a moment for him. But JD was like, man, just like you wind that guy up and let him go. He's like it could have been anyone on that interview, right? But
you could tell that he was truly happy and having a great time interviewing him. So I think.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's part of the reason why I couldn't do the cage fighter one. I would have been just smiling the entire time that Christian was on there. I was like, no, I'm glad Chris is doing that. I don't want to be a part of this.
Oh, Christian, I hear you're a wrestler. Is anything? Have you done anything that I would know? No.
It drove me nuts.
What's
for me, it was Shane was such a huge wrestling man. I just leaned into him and have him, and so forth. And,
oh, he's such a mark. It was perfect.
I made the one passing comment that I kind of got out of wrestling after the Montreal Screwjob, and I was like, "You stopped watching after the Montreal Screwjob?" I think it was probably a coincidence.
That was classic, buddy. It was so good.
It was awesome.
Hold on here. Is that James dialing in?
Oh, yeah, that is actually. Last but not least, the
James
man with
at a camera.
The man with the background game that no one can touch.
James. Hey, buds. We're just kind of recapping what because obviously this has been an epic weekend.
Yeah.
And a very, I think, hearty replacement for being not able to be physically together. Lots of moments this weekend. So we kind of went around in a round table style, even though Chris isn't the one leading it. Just kidding. We were just talking about.
So Norm, what did you think about this? And then we'll move on to James.
I love it. Give us a couple of your moments from this weekend.
Oh man, there were so many. I mean, I'm an unabashed fan of Alicia Witt, so you know, having an opportunity to talk with her again and hear about what she's up to was just incredible. Rachel Talalay yesterday was like, oh my God, and you know, to have been able to do a little bit of research ahead of time and really understand just how many of her films I have seen and loved, whether it be she producing it or directing it. Some of my favorite episodes of Doctor Who, some of the CW shows, that was amazing. And to have her ask a little bit about the Doctor's case was also was pretty nice, I must say. But you know, I just think too, like having that moment today with Denise, having an opportunity to talk with her again, but also when you asked that question about sort of impactful moments at cons, I thought both parts of her answer were just so illuminating, you know, just sort of the general idea and her sort of reminding fans just how important these kind of one-on-one encounters with people, even if it is through cyberspace, how important that is for everybody on both sides of that meeting was great. And then to have that real world example of the Iraq war vet who just thanked the people from Star Trek for helping get him through his recovery, and to see the genuine emotion. You know, this is probably 20 years ago she was talking about.
Yeah.
But genuine emotion overcome her in such a beautiful way, really, to me, encapsulates everything that we've been talking about over the course of this weekend with regards to unabashed emotion. Like the things that we love as geeks or fans are important, and they're important in ways that I think are not always visible. And the fact that we feel emotionally connected to these things is very real and should be praised. You know, that we should be proud of the fact that we care so much. And it's so great to see that the people that we care about vicariously through these shows care about us too.
Yeah, that was powerful, man. Like, honestly, I was, it was crazy. I almost cried myself when she was telling us that story.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, man, so many moments, so many moments. So I mean, like, this is very much FanCon because it was full of moments. And Rachel, she's a gift, man.
Oh my God, I love
She is
her.
an absolute gift.
Candace!
Hey, come on in.
She's like, no.
What's that? Are you ready? Okay. Well then, because we're just wrapping up anyways.
By the way,
Here,
Norm,
scoot down.
James.
Is that trench milk?
This is my beautiful wife, the best mother in the world.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's
She's
Day.
saying.
Having too much fun.
No, I know. This
So
is
Chris-
this is our wrap up.
Chris, you were saying something?
Oh yeah, it was just one of the anecdotes. When you were interviewing Denise Crosby, and someone asked about the craziest thing on Star
Okay.
Trek, and she told
All
you
right,
about
I'll be down in a minute.
the anecdote regarding coming to America.
Oh yes.
I smiled because she said she told the exact same story in Kelowna. So when someone asked that, I was thinking to myself, she's going to say the Coming to America story, isn't she? And then she said the exact same story, and she said it in perfect rhythm to the way she told the story. So I'm thinking she's completely trimmed that story to an absolute T to make it an absolute perfect little sound nugget. So I'm sure she's probably told that story 1,000 times.
But that's just like anyone, right?
Yeah.
Like, so
Yeah.
that's, I mean, I tell my story. Chad, my bro Chad gets like, he basically is like, I've heard that story a million times, right? So it's just like anyone, right?
Well, and if that was your story, I mean, I could see how you'd be telling that all the time.
That is a beauty. That is a beauty.
Like the cage fighter thing, the first time, like, this is like a press junket, so let me get the stupidest question out of the way. What is cage fighter? And just getting it out of
So awesome.
like 50 other people that's going to ask that question.
All right. This is it, folks. As the sun slowly sets in the west, I bid you all a fond farewell. I'm like, I can't thank you guys all enough for everything. It's just, this is, well, I mean, we're all thanking each other. So thank you. Thank you.
What's our next thing? What's our next assignation? What's the next time we're all going to get together?
Well, you know what? I actually was thinking about that. And I think that maybe what we should do is have a conversation about having more of these interviews. We've got lots of friends. We can keep the conversation with FanCon going, and we can also, that's like, we can keep broadcasting. You know what I mean? So I think that that's something that maybe we'll talk about in the next week. I know we have one person who's interested in talking to us that we didn't get to. What's that? Two.
At least two that we know of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Two people like us?
Yeah, I know, right?
Only one likes me.
Narrator.
Yeah. But I love you guys all. And thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for FanCon from home.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Norm, are you wearing a robe?
I'm wearing
a Hawaiian shirt.
A shirt.
No pens.
All right. See you guys.
Everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Happy Mother's Day, everybody.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy FanCon from home.
Happy FanCon from home.
Happy Mother's Day. Good, he's gone.